Hey everyone, welcome to this video on backend interview questions. Now, web development that occurs at the back end of the program is called backend development. And backend development generally covers server-side web application logic, writing APIs, creating libraries, and so on. Now, we must also know that backend developers are highly in demand. Now, we must also know that backend developers are in great demand today. So, if you wish to make your career as a backend developer, then here's the right video for you. In this video, we cover questions on top backend technologies. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. So here are the technologies covered. First up, we'll look at questions on Node. Moving on, we'll look at a few questions on PHP. And then we'll go to database management system like SQL. And then we'll look at Docker, Jenkins, Maven, and Selenium. So I hope these questions help you, and let's dive right in.
Hello, this is Matthew, and we're going to be going through some of the simple questions that you would be asked during a Node.js interview. What we're going to do is we're actually going to break out the section into three key areas. There'll be beginner questions, there will be intermediate questions, and advanced questions. And the expectation is, as you go through this video, is that these questions could be pushed together as you're going through the interview. Kind of think of it like this, is if you've answered the beginner questions that you would get asked at the beginning of the interview with confidence and surety, then the client is going to then jump to those intermediate and advanced questions quite quickly. And they're looking for people who can help them serve and solve their problems at that more intermediate and advanced level. So let's just get started. So the first question you're probably going to be asked is, what is Node.js? Do you know what it's for? And essentially, Node.js is one of the most popular, if not the most popular, open source cross-platform JavaScript programs. It allows you to build out web applications that run on the server. It's extremely flexible. It allows you to implement a lot of solutions outside of just the core programming runtime. And it allows you to build solutions extremely quickly in an open source mindset for DevOps. It is used essentially for creating client-side web applications. We'll see this later on, and you may want to talk a little bit about using Express.js and how you can build out APIs to work with Node.js and connecting to databases such as MongoDB. And that is also really good for being able to store data-intensive applications that are asynchronous and event-driven in their model. And this is important when you're talking about creating applications that can scale rapidly. So you're going to then be asked, how does Node.js work? Well, Node.js itself is actually built on the V8 engine, and the V8 JavaScript engine is the same engine that runs JavaScript in your Chrome web browser, extremely fast. It allows for high output and non-blocking through your I/O input and outputs, and is single-threaded event loop. So you're going to be then asked, where can you use Node.js? And the reality is the applications for Node.js keep expanding, but there are some core applications that you can work with Node.js right now. So such as web applications, distributed system, and network applications. Probably referencing the web applications is a really good starting point, because here you can actually talk about maybe some examples that you've done where you're building out some of these web applications. Indeed, one of the things that you want to be consistently doing and peppering your answers with is examples of work that you have done. Now, it doesn't matter if those examples are purely experimental or training examples that you've done. The fact that you've actually worked with Node.js and created a distributed system or a web application is really valuable, because it shows the person that you're meeting with that you have knowledge and understanding and practical experience of applying the theory of working with Node.js with the practice of working with Node.js. So be asked about, essentially the I/O refers to the transfer of data in and out of a system. And that's really it. And there's a reason why Google calls their conference I/O. It's the transfer of data in and out of our brains at their conference. The application is the same here. It's about moving data in and out of systems through using Node.js. And that every event can be tracked, whether it's on a physical device, a network, or files within a system. Again, it's input and output. So let's go through and, you're going to be asked, can you explain the difference between front-end and back-end development? And this is a question that I get asked a lot when I'm meeting with clients. People get really confused about what is the difference between front-end and back-end development. Bottom line, front-end is what gets resolved inside of your web browser or the app on your mobile device. Backend is what gets resolved, essentially what we call the back office or server-side applications, but that's becoming more and more synonymous for what gets run in the cloud. So web applications really get a lot of the functionality of a web application gets run in the front end. Anything with CSS, HTML5, client-side JavaScript, it's all going to get run in the front end. Everything else, such as connecting to a database, gets run behind the scenes in the back end. And anything that's going to have like graphics is going to be on the front end. APIs are going to be run on the back end. And then just finally, some of the scripting languages that you use on the front end. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript, those are all common core scripting languages that you would use. You can use frameworks such as AngularJS and React.js or Vue. Those would be front-end frameworks. Back-end frameworks would include Java, PHP, Python, and Node.js are some of the back-end technologies. You could also throw in there .NET as well. It's just a whole litany of front-end and back-end technologies and frameworks that you can use. And this is actually a good point to kind of explain the experience you have outside of just working with Node.js, but other technologies that you've been working with that potentially that the client is also using. So another question you're going to be asked when you're looking at Node.js is, can you tell me about NPM? And so when somebody asks you what is NPM, the first thing you're going to respond is, do you mean Node Package Manager? And the reason why you want to respond like that is that you want to qualify their question with understanding that you know what they're talking about, but you want them to verify that. And so Node Package Manager is NPM. And it's responsible for packaging all of your modules that you're working with in Node.js. And we have a whole series of videos that we've done on Node.js, and every single one of them includes references to NPM. So you're going to be asked, okay, you told me what it is, can you go into a little bit more details, so can you provide two main functionalities? And so one of them is being able to manage online repositories of modules and packages. So you can go to like search.nodejs.org and you can find packages that you can install into your solution, such as Express.js. And it also provides a command line utility that allows you to manage your packages very quickly through terminal window or command line. I use VS Code a lot, Visual Studio Code, and it has a command line utility built right into it that allows me to interact with NPM. So what are some of the modules in Node.js? And so, modules in Node.js, they're essentially like JavaScript libraries. So you can think of some of the JavaScript libraries that you may have used. The functionality is somewhat the same, but they're designed for Node.js and to run on the server. And there are ways in which you can go ahead and create some of those modules. So for instance, if we're creating a web server, you can actually use the require command to be able to require that the server be there. So the example we have on the right-hand side shows that we really do need to have HTTP, which is a web server, and we require that to be installed. And so that if you're running that NPM package, it will actually install the HTTP server. And then you can actually write some code to actually then listen on the local host port 2000 for where you'll be running your application. And there are just, there's a whole bunch of modules that come with Node.js right out of the gate. And here are some of the modules that you have. We also referenced just earlier on HTTP as a core module for running a web server. You have a utility function that is useful for developers to assess features within your Node.js project. You have a URL module for any URL parsing you'd be doing. And you also have a stream, which allows you to be able to stream data in and out of your system and be able to manage how that's being worked. And then zlib, which allows you to compress and decompress files so that you can keep your storage of files to a minimum. So a question you're going to be asked is, why is Node.js being preferred over backend technologies such as Java and PHP? Particularly with Java, it's a very mature, stable language. It's been around for more than 20 years. PHP runs some of the most powerful and largest websites out there, such as Facebook. So why would you use Node.js? Well, the first response is kind of a gimme, but it is really fast. And if you watched any of the videos that we've done on Node.js, building out solutions and developing the solutions, you'll see just how fast it is. The second is the really kind of the secret sauce with Node.js is the Node Package Manager. And the Node Package Manager allows you to install additional functionality such as Express or Mongo as a database into your solution really quickly. And there's over 50,000 bundles available for Node Package Manager. If you're building out a real-time application that's data intensive and you need to have APIs quickly developed, then Node.js is really the great solution for you. It allows you to build out these solutions really quickly. And there is easy synchronization between the server and the client due to the code base. And then finally, because the structure of Node.js is JavaScript, if you are making the pivot from being a front-end web developer to Node.js, it's just going to make it a lot easier for you to pick up Node.js because you have that common language of JavaScript. And on top of that, JavaScript is the world's most popular scripting language. So let's talk about some of the differences between Angular and Node.js. And so the reason why this question may come up is the person interviewing you is seeing whether or not you do know the difference between a front-end framework and a back-end framework. And this is one of those questions where you can go, well, there are differences, but the differences are because they complement each other. So Angular is a front-end development framework, whereas Node.js is a server-side framework. Other differences, though, between the actual frameworks themselves is that Angular is written in TypeScript, which is a modification of JavaScript. Node.js is written in C and C++. Angular is used for building out single-page client-side web applications. And so that's the key word there is client-side. Whereas Node.js is about building out fast and scalable server-side network applications. Again, the two complement each other. Angular splits web applications into the MVC and model view control components, whereas Node.js generates a lot of database queries. It does more than that as well, but you can think of Node.js as that glue to your database. So let's talk a little bit about when you're connecting to a database with Node.js. And so you're going to probably be asked, what is the most popular database used with Node.js? And there are a couple. MongoDB is largely the most popular NoSQL cross-platform database. MySQL is also very popular, and that's a more traditional relational database. You would go with MongoDB for really more modern solutions. When you're looking at creating an application that's going to really scale into just managing masses and masses of data that has to be created, read, updated, and deleted very, very quickly. For some of the other popular libraries that you use for Node.js, Express.js is a very popular one. I really like working with Express.js. It allows me to build out web applications really quickly. More importantly, it allows me to build out APIs very quickly, and which, APIs are essentially web applications themselves. But being able to do that very quickly with a framework like Express.js is very useful. Mongoose is an application that makes connecting to a Mongo database really easy. So here is an example of Express.js, which is in itself really a flexible but a solution that you can do lots with, and Mongoose, which is a more focused solution, which allows you make it easier to connect to your databases. So, what are the pros and cons of working with Node.js? There's lots of ways, and we explained this earlier on, that you can actually build out applications that run on the cloud. Why would what are the pros and cons? So a pro is that Node.js is extremely fast at processing an event-based model. It really is fast. A con is if you have something that is a very heavy computational task, it's not so good at that. Now, I will caveat that Node.js is getting better all the time. And so you might have to provide an example of what a very heavy computational task is. And that may be calculating a risk on an insurance application against many, many variables. That may be something that's seen as computationally very heavy. But what you can do in that example is you can then offload the task to another solution that's designed for it and use APIs to pass the data back and forth. Pro, JavaScript is used for building out your applications with Node.js. Great, lots of people know JavaScript. A restriction, and again, this is evolving as JavaScript itself evolves, is that when you do a callback, you may end up doing lots of nested callbacks if you're doing something that's very complicated. Again, another way around the con, and so this is one of the things that I always look for, is if you have a blocker or a barrier, how do you get around that barrier? And so, for instance, when you're talking to your recruiter, you can say, look, the reason why I use Node.js is that it's fast, it's event-based driven, I can use JavaScript. There are some challenges, but what I do to get around those challenges and that's where you can say that, you may run the complex script off and you may write that in .NET or Java or PHP, and then use an API to do the response back into Node.js. So you get the benefits of both worlds, but minimize the investment in having to manage a complex environment such as Java versus a relatively simple environment with Node.js. The Node Package Manager makes it extremely easy to access just an awful lot of functionality. With over 50,000 packages, there's a package for that. So from being able to have a tool that creates unique identifiers that you might need to have for generating content that gets posted into a database, through to being able to connect to databases, through to running so many different solutions. The NPM Package Manager, with its access to so many different packages, makes it great for getting access to all that content. Now, a con is working with relational databases with Node.js isn't as easy as a NoSQL database. Now, you can do it, and there are ways around that. And what I would do when this question comes up is always kind of pivot to say, hey, this is how you can actually then get around building out that application. Pro for Node.js, designed for streaming huge amounts of data in and out. A con is that Node.js is single-threaded, and so it can be CPU intensive. But again, there are ways around that, and a good way around that is scaling your solution in an elastic environment such as the cloud. So what is the command used to import an external library? And so to import an external library, the command is the require command. So an example we have here is you're going to start a variable, and the variable is going to be for HTTP, and you're going to then require the HTTP service. That means that the application itself won't run unless the external library, the HTTP library, is installed. Okay, so those were our introductory questions for Node.js. Let's kind of pivot and take a look at the intermediate questions that you would be asked. So what does event-driven programming mean? So event-driven programming means that if something happens, something else will happen in response. So for instance, if you click a mouse, that mouse click is an event. That means something has to respond to that event. Just think of it as cause and effect. It's just the basic motion of physics. So that's what event-driven programming means. You also look at it as a callback function so that when an element is executed, something will happen in response. So what is an event loop in Node.js? So an event loop in Node.js is when you do an asynchronous call. And what that essentially means is that you are sending out data, and then a non-blocking input-output from Node.js is pulling data back in. What is an event emitter in Node.js? So an event emitter has really two areas of focus. One is that it manages the classes that hold all the objects within your event. And we have an example of this on the right-hand side. And then whenever an event actually is thrown, the functions are then called on that event synchronously. So for instance, we have in our example on the right-hand side, we create an event, and then we have the functions that are executed in a series from that event. So let's talk about the API functions in Node.js. So there are two types. One is an asynchronous non-blocking function, and the second is a synchronous blocking function. And the difference between the two of them is asynchronous is that there is no structure to the order for how the API is resolved. Synchronous means that when the feedback from the API is received, you have to execute the response in a series for how the response is sent to you. So what is a package JSON file? So the package JSON file is at the heart of our Node.js package, when we actually will initialize a solution folder to be a Node.js package. You'll find that the package itself holds all of the metadata that's particular to the project you're working on, such as project name, version, requirements. You have to have it installed in the root of the directory for the project. And again, look at any of the videos that we have on Node.js. We do have demonstrations within those videos that actually then go through and break out how to create that root package. And you'll see how you can actually then go ahead and update the instructions or the metadata within the package. So here we have an example of what that metadata looks like. So again, this kind of continues that question of what is a package JSON file? And you may be asked, what is the metadata and why is it important? And the metadata is a basic JSON collection of pairing of key details such as name, version, description, and then the custom version that you put. So for instance, under name, you could create a name for your project. There can't be any spaces. What is the version and description? What is the main or starting path for the solution? Typically, that would be index.js, but it could be anything.js. But index.js is typical simply because index.html is the starting point for a typical web application. So how would you use a URL module in Node.js? So with the URL module, what it allows you to do is really two things. One is that it provides the resolution and parsing of a URL for utilities in your application. And then it allows you to extend your module with built-in solutions and split up the web address into a readable format. So in this example, we have the URL and the response it would give for that URL, which would then be a year and month, and it would be in a readable format. So it would read out as 2020 and then the month. So What is Express.js? Now, you've heard me mention this a couple of times in the video, and we actually have a separate video on Express.js. But Express.js is a web application framework that allows you to build out web solutions for both mobile and traditional desktop right inside of Node.js. So it's very easy to use. Being able to install WebJS is as simple as requiring Express to be installed. In the example that we have here on the screen, it's a full solution of showing how to actually build out a solution with WebJS. So in this example, you start off the first two lines, require Express to be installed, and the install comes from Node Package Manager. Then we have a simple application that will then send to the browser window a hello world message confirming that Express is up and running. And then the third block of content, starting with var server, actually will define the port where your application is going to run. So in this instance, the port is going to run on localhost, and the port will be port 8081. And so you can actually go to localhost 8081. And when you do that, that will trigger the application that will forward up the message, hello world. And it's all coming from Express.js. So what are streams in Node.js? So streams are objects that allow you to read and write data continuously back and forth within your application. And there's really four different types of streams. There's readable, writable, duplex, and transform. The readable one is streams for which data can be read. The writable is streams that you can actually write to. A duplex is a stream where it is both readable and writable. And transform are streams that can manipulate the data while it is being read or written. So how do you update and delete a dependency? So say, for instance, we want to install something like Express. So if you wanted to install Express, what you would do is you would just write them inside of your project. You want to go to terminal window and write in the command npm install Express. If you want to update the dependencies within your Node Package Manager, to update all of them, all you have to do is write the command npm update all dependencies. And then if you want to explicitly uninstall a dependency such as Express.js, that's using the uninstall command. And so that would again be going to terminal window and you would type npm uninstall Express. And again, it's really easy to create a simple server in Node.js that will run a simple command. The HTTP service is actually built into Node.js. You don't need to use Express.js. I typically use Express.js when I want to do a web server, because typically what I find is that I will want to go and do something more complicated. But if you want to do something that illustrates just the core functionality within Node.js, you can actually just require the core HTTP service that actually comes as part of Node.js. And then you can actually then go ahead and tell it to create a service and then to write in plain text a command or a text string, such as in this case, it'll be hello world, that would pop out. And then the final line is to then listen that if you go to a web browser that's on port 127.0.01 or localhost and go to port 8080, once you actually go to that, that will trigger this application and you'll get the text hello world pop up on your screen. So explain synchronous and non-blocking APIs in Node.js. So all the APIs in Node.js are asynchronous, which means that they are non-blocking, which means you can run them continuously and scale around that, which is just fantastic. It's one of the reasons why Node.js can scale so fast. And the API means that the APIs can return data, send data after it's been called, and really increase the efficiency of events as they are triggered within Node.js. So how do you implement async in Node.js? And so the example that we have on the left-hand side allows us to trigger async, and it's using the async function. And as you can see in this example, it's actually something that can be done very quickly. In this example, we're actually making a command to localhost and an app that's running on port 3000. And then depending on what we get, if there's an error message, then we'll have error message go to the console log, which is the terminal window. And if we get a response to an application, then we'll actually get a positive response, which would be fetched response. So again, very quick and easy that you use the async function to be able to build out and to get your asynchronous code. So what is the purpose of module exports? So a module export is a way to encapsulate the entire code for a solution in a single package, in a single file. And then you can then share that with other developers, so you're all working from the same environment. So what is a callback function in Node.js? A callback function is essentially that once you run and you've triggered an event and the response has been given, you want to be able to then have a callback to validate that the task is complete. All right, let's move on to the final set of questions, which is advanced Node.js questions. So what is REPL in Node.js? So REPL stands for read, eval, print, and loop. And this is a reference to the Unix and Linux background that Node.js has. So REPL will perform the following tasks. The read will be actually parsing the JavaScript. It'll read that and store it in memory. Eval takes and evaluates the data structure. Print will then print the results, often on a console window or onto a web page. And then loop loops the above command until the user presses Control-C twice. What is the control flow function? So the control flow function is a piece of code that runs between several of the asynchronous functions. And that's it. It actually controls how those functions execute. So how control flow controls the function calls? And it does it through four ways. One is it controls the order of execution. It collects the data. It limits the concurrency. And then it also calls the next step in a program. Again, this is a management tool for how your functions are called within Node.js. So what is the difference between fork and spawn methods in Node.js? So the essential difference between the two of them is that if you use the fork method, it will actually trigger and create a new instance of the V8 engine, the engine running Node.js, and will then run the application in that new instance. With Spawn, it's somewhat similar. It doesn't actually generate a new V8 instance, so it's actually creating a new process, but it's within the same V8 instance as the previous application that it was spawned from. Explain to me, what is the use of buffer class in Node.js? So with the buffer class, what you're looking at doing is you're actually controlling the raw data of a set of arrays and integers and the memory allocation outside of the V8 heap. Buffer class is used because pure JavaScript is not compatible with binary data. What is piping in Node.js? So piping is the ability to connect the output of one stream to another stream. That could be a data stream, it could be any stream that you're working with. But it does normally get used to pass data from one stream to another. So what are some of the flags used in the rewrite operation files? So R- is used for read, W is for opening a file for writing, A- is opening a file for appending. So the collection that you have here, you don't have to really memorize all of them, but to have a few of them in the back of your mind is always a good reference point. So how would you open a file using Node.js? So the syntax you would use would be the fs.open, and that would then open up a file. Explain to me what callback hell is. So callback hell, also known as the pyramid of doom, is when you have too many nested, unreadable, and unmanageable callbacks intensively cycle within each other. They're constantly reading to each other, and they're not able to resolve the solution. And this is it's a big problem, and this is why it's called callback hell, because you're not able to finalize the app you're working on. What is a reactor pattern in Node.js? And so a reactor pattern is a concept of non-blocking I/O operations. Can you explain to me the test pyramid for Node.js? So the test pyramid, and this is standard for testing for all DevOps, is really split into three key areas. You have unit tests, integration tests, and then end-to-end or E2E tests. The unit tests are tests that you actually do in your raw code that you're working on, and the goal there is to be able to validate that the code you're writing is consistently working. Integration allows you to have tests that integrate your raw code that you're working with in your application with other areas of an application. And then end-to-end is the whole system, the whole interface, as it were, for your solution. Describe the exit codes of Node.js. So an exit code is a specific code that identifies the end of a specific process. And examples of exit codes are unused, uncaught fatal exception, fatal error, internal JavaScript evaluation area. These are all good examples of exit codes. So what is middleware? Can you explain the concept of middleware in Node.js? So with middleware, it is the ability to be able to connect to a system and get data from it that's outside of Node.js. So this may be executing a type of code, or updating and modifying a request and response to a specific type of object, finishing the request response cycle. Can you explain to me what are the types of HTTP requests that you may use when working with Node.js? There are actually quite a lot, but 4 of them that you might use would be get, post, head, and delete. And these are, if you've done any web application before, particularly if you worked with forms inside of a web application, you're probably very familiar certainly with get and post. Get is the request to retrieve data. Post is generally used for changing state in the data. Head is similar to get, but also asks for a response if there's no body content. So if you're developing an API, this would be a good one to use. And delete is used to delete the predetermined source. So how would you connect to MongoDB database and with Node.js? And you use that using the Mongo client. And the example we have on the left-hand side illustrates that. What is the use of node_env? And so the node_env is an environment variable that stands for node environment in express server. So the example we have on the right-hand side allows you to illustrate how you would do that for, say, a production environment. So what are some of the various timing features in Node.js? So the timing functions that you could use here, set timeout and then clear timeout, and use to schedule code execution that you'd have inside of your application. You also have set interval and clear interval to execute a block of code at multiple times in your application. Set intermediate and clear intermediate to execute code that is at the end of your application.
We'll discuss some of the frequently asked questions in PHP interviews. Now, the questions are categorized in 2 sections, beginner and advanced questions. So, without any further ado, let us get started with the beginner questions. Now, the most basic question is, what is PHP? So PHP stands for Hypertext Preprocessor. It is a server-side scripting language that is embedded into HTML and is generally used for dynamic web development. PHP is also a very compatible language. That is, it also works efficiently with almost 20 different databases such as MySQL, PostgreSQL, etc. Next question, what is a session in PHP? Now, sessions in PHP are used to store data for users under a unique ID, which can be then used across multiple web pages of a website. Next, what is peer in PHP? Now, peer stands for PHP Extension and Application Repository. It is a framework and repository for the reusable components. Focus on reusable components of PHP containing code snippets and libraries. Next, is PHP considered a case-sensitive language? So this is a very often asked questions in interviews. So PHP is partially case-sensitive since variables in PHP are case-sensitive while functions and user-defined functions are not. Next, name different types of data types in PHP. So different data types in PHP include integer, float, string, boolean, array, object, null, and finally resource. So there are total 8 different data types that exist in PHP. Next question, how is echo different from print? Now echo, it can output multiple strings at a time, while in case of print, it can output only a single string. Now echo does not have a return value, while print always returns 1. That is the reason that is echo is faster because it does not have to return a value, while print is slower in comparison to echo because it always returns a value. Now, as you can see, both of these commands, echo and print, are used in the exact same way. Next, what are the rules for naming a variable? Now, there are certain rules which you have to follow, or certain good coding practices which you have to follow while naming a variable in your PHP code. So, variable name must always begin with underscore or a letter. So it cannot begin with a number or a special character for that matter. Next, variable names can include numbers but not special characters. So suppose you want to name your variable number 123. So you can use this variable but you cannot use number @123 since special characters are not included. Next, a variable in PHP is declared using this $sign followed by the variable name. Now, as you can see, this is how we declare a variable, $my_variable. You can also put a number in between or at the end while naming a variable, just not at the start. Next, name some popular PHP frameworks. So some of the popular PHP frameworks include Symfony, CodeIgniter, CakePHP, and Laravel. Moving on, how to check if a defined variable is null or not. So isAdd function is used to check if the defined variable has any value or not. So to use this, suppose you have this block of code in front of you. So suppose you want to check if this x variable that you've defined is null or not. So what you do is you put the isAdd function inside the if condition and it will return true if it's not null, while it will return false if it is a null value. Since it is not null, it returns true and we can display echo as variable x is not null, while in the case of variable y, it is a null value since so the if condition will be false and it will not display anything. Next, how are objects in PHP passed? So objects in PHP are always passed by a value, not by a reference. Next question, how to display output directly to the browser? Now, in cases you want to display your output directly onto the browser while running a piece of code, you can use these special tags to display an output directly to the browser. Now, as you may notice, these tags does not contain the PHP written. You can use them directly and replace PHP with an equal to sign followed by what you want to display and end it with a question mark and a closing bracket. Moving on, what is define function used for in PHP? Now define is used to declare a constant in PHP. Also, in contrast to the variables, there is no need for a $sign before declaring a constant, since the value of a constant does not change. Now, this is how you can use the define function to declare a constant. Suppose you want to declare the value of pi as 3.14 throughout your PHP code, and which cannot be changed. So we can use define for that. Next question is related to this question, since what is constant function in use for in PHP then? So constant function returns the value of a constant. It is not used to define a constant, but it returns the value of a constant. So suppose you define a function constant using this define function and you want to return this value, you can use this constant function for that. Next, is multiple inheritance supported in PHP? So PHP only supports single level inheritance, which means a class can be extended from only one class using the keyword extended. Next, what are the different types of loops in PHP? So PHP consists of a while loop, a do while loop, a for loop, and finally a for each loop. So PHP consists of total 4 loops. Next question, how to concatenate two strings in PHP? Now, two strings can be easily concatenated using the dot operator in PHP. Now, to do that, I'll show you with the help of a code. Suppose you want to concatenate or join these two strings, str1 hello guys, and the second string would be and welcome to Simplilearn, and want to display these strings together. So to do that, you need to use this dot operator in echo. As you can see, this dot operator, so first you write the name of the first string, then followed by the dot operator. I've given this space, and then the next dot operator, because this is also considered as a string, and then the third string variable, and this is how you concatenate two strings. Next question, what is the use of function num ar arguments? Now this function, as you can see, is used to return the number of arguments passed in a function. So suppose you pass a certain number of arguments in a function and want to know how many values or arguments were passed. You can use this function for that. So suppose in this sample code you want to know how many arguments were passed in this sample function. So to do that, we declare a variable number of arguments and we will equal it to the function number arguments. Now we will display it, and this sample has passed 3 arguments, so the output would be 3. Moving on, what are super global variables in PHP? Now some predefined variables in PHP are known as super global variables because they are always accessible from any function, file, or class regardless of the scope. So in all, they are globally accessible. So suppose you write a piece of code and you declare a variable inside it, it would be a local variable and could be accessed only in that part of the code. But in case of superglobal variable, they are accessible throughout the entire code. They include global, server, request, post, get, files, env, cookie, and session. Moving on, how to invoke single line and multi-line comments. Now a single line comment in PHP can be made using this hash followed by the comment or / followed by the comment. While in case of multi-line comments, you can use this hash star and write your comments in multiple lines and enclose it with a star and slash. What I'm going to do now is I am going to show you the use of these comments in actual VS Code. Now let us take this block of code for example. Now suppose you want to add a single line comment after this variable. So what you will do is you can use this /. This is a variable Also, you can use slash. This is also a variable. So this is a single line comment. Now, if you try to write something else after this in the next line, it will take it as part of the code, not part of the comment. So what do you do when you need to write multiple lines of comment? So suppose you need to write 2-3 lines about this line of code. What you will do is you will use a slash star. Now write the comment, this is displaying Simplilearn. So this is a 3-line comment which you can end simply by star and a slash. This is how you write single line and multi-line comments. Now let's move on to the next question, that is, name some common applications of PHP. So some of the most commonly used PHP applications are system functions, form handling. So PHP is very commonly used to handle the forms that you see on the web pages. CRUD tasks. Now CRUD tasks are create, read, update and delete. So when you will be working with databases, this is a very important part of using databases, that is CRUD, and PHP is used very commonly in that. Next, accessing cookies, variables and set cookies. And finally, data encryption. PHP provides security through some of its frameworks, which can be used and is used very commonly throughout a lot of websites. So now that we have gone through the beginner level questions that are frequently asked in PHP interviews, let us now move on to the advanced level questions. So the first question would be, how can you execute a PHP script from the command line? Now, a PHP script from a command line can be executed by opening the command line, and inside the command line you have to specify the name of the script or name of the PHP file that you want to run. Suppose you want to run a php_script.php, so you type in the name of the PHP script that you want to run, and that particular PHP script will be executed. Next, differentiate between a dollar variable and $$ variable. So what is the difference between the two? Now, in case of a single dollar variable, it is a simple variable that is simply used to store data. So as we discussed earlier, it is a variable that we define to store different data types, that is integer, float, strings, etc. While a $$ variable is a reference variable of variable. So this is used to reference already existing variables. Now to use or to understand how these two work, you can see this particular block of code here. Now in this code, what you need to focus on is this is a simple variable hello, which contains the string welcome to Simplilearn, and we have defined another variable as var, which contains the string hello. Now in this echo, as you can notice, what we are doing is we are using this. Also, before that, you need to notice is this is the same string as the name of this variable. So first we are displaying this variable and then we are referencing this variable here. So what it is doing is it is referencing the value to another variable. So hello variable is being referenced. So when you execute this block of PHP script, what you get the output is hello, since this is the variable hello, and after that what you'll get is welcome to Simplilearn, since this variable is a reference to this variable. Next, differentiate between get and post method. Now get method is used to submit form data, while post method is also used for the same feature. So the difference between them is get method sends data as part of PHP page URL, web page URL, while a post method sends data through HTTP header. In get, the data, since the data is being sent through the URL, it is displayed in the URL of the web page, so it is not secure, while in case of post method it is a secure form of data transfer. Hence, when developing a website for some security purposes, usually we prefer post method. Next up, how to connect to a database using a PHP script. Now suppose if you are asked this question in an interview, what you need to do is you need to just write this block of code and explain it to the interviewer. Now suppose we have a PHP script and we want to connect it to a database. What we need to do is we will create 3 different variables, that is server name, username and password. Now what we are going to do is we will create another variable con that will be used to connect it, and then we'll use the mysqli functions which will then pass these variables to create a connection. So these variable values are localhost username password. These are the default values. Now to check if the connection is connected, what we are going to do is we will use an if condition. If the con variable gets an connect error, we will display a error message that is connection failed. If not, we will display connected successfully. Now as you can see here, these names can be the name of the server that you're trying to connect. I have used localhost username password for the default values. You can use the name of the database that you're trying to connect your PHP script to. Next up, what does final class and final method mean in PHP? Now a final class in PHP means that the class cannot be extended, while a final method means that it cannot be overridden. Now as you can see in this block of code, we have used the final keyword for a class and the final keyword for a function. Now suppose this final class is being inherited by this child class. What the program will return is an error, because once you use this final keyword, this class cannot be inherited. And similarly, suppose this function is trying to be overridden by this part of the code, it cannot be because we have used the final function. Next question, differentiate between function overloading and overriding. Now function overloading, the same function is used for different purposes based on the number of arguments inside the function, while in case of function overriding, the same name and same argument function is used in parent and child class respectively to change the behavior of parent class method. Now let me show you and demonstrate the difference with an example. So let us look at this code. So suppose you have a function named showTitle, which does contain a single parameter and displays, when called upon using this parameter, displays function1. Now if you want to use the same name of the function for a different purpose, what you can do is you can increase or change the number of parameters inside the function. That is, it now contains 2 parameters. So when this same function is called using 2 parameters, it will function differently and display function overloading. So this is how function overloading works. Next, from this piece of code we can understand function overriding. Suppose you display a function demo in a base class and you want to override this demo function inside the derived class. So what you do is you make another function with the same name inside the derived class with some different properties. As you can see, it displays something different. Now you create an object for the base class, and when you use this base class object to call this demo function, you can use the properties of this function here. While if you create another object, that is object 2 for the derived class, and you use this object to call upon the same demo function, you are overriding this base class demo function that was inherited. Instead, what it will use is it will use the properties of the derived demo function. So that is how you overload or override a class function in PHP. Now let's move on to the next question, that is differentiate between equal to and triple equal operator. So a double equal operator is generally used to check if the value of two operands are equal or not. It is generally used in case of conditional statements, while a triple equals to operator performs a type safe comparison, which means that it will only return true if both operands have the same type and the same value. So you can understand this more with this piece of code. So suppose in this case, since they both are equal, it will return true. While in this case, they both have the same type, hence it will return true. Now let us check this equals to. So since they both are 1 and in PHP it will display as true since they are equal, while when you are type checking, that is you are checking if they're equal with the same type and same value, it will display a false since one is an integer and the other one is a string value. Also, if you check two different strings with the type safe, it will also display true. Next question, how does exception handling work in PHP? So when an exception is thrown, code following the statement will not be executed, and PHP will attempt to find the first matching catch block. So if an exception is not caught, a PHP fatal error will be issued with an uncaught exception. An exception can be thrown and caught within PHP. So what we do is we use this try and catch method to try the code, and if an error occurs, we can catch. If an exception occurs, we can throw it and the catch function will catch the exception, and if we do not include the catch function, it will result in a fatal error. Next up, differentiate between require and include. Now require, if a required file is not found, it will throw a fatal error and stop the code execution, while in case of include, if an essential file is not found, it will produce a warning and still execute the remaining scripts. So as you can see, both of these include and require are used in the exact same way with different functions. Next up, explain different types of errors in PHP. Now PHP consists of mainly three errors: notice, warning, and a fatal error. Now notice is a non-critical error, which means that something minor went wrong during execution and a lot of times you just don't pay attention to it. A warning is a critical error. Now it is given in condition where suppose an include function that we just discussed in the previous question went to retrieve a non-existent file. So suppose you use an include function and the file does not exist, it will display a warning. And the final is a fatal error. So it is a critical error resulting in termination of the code. So as we discussed in the try and catch part of the question, if an exception is thrown and we do not have a catch function for it, it will display a fatal error which will return in termination of the code. Next question, how to call a function by reference. So ampersand sign is used to call a function by reference. Now in case of reference, the actual value is modified if the value passed inside the function is also modified, while in case of value, the value of the original value does not change. So this piece of code here is an example of how you can call a function by reference. Here as you can see, this ampersand sign will call this function by reference, and any changes made in the variables here will affect the original ones. Next question, create a singleton class in PHP. So how do we create a singleton class in PHP? Before that, let's have a look at what is a singleton class. Now a singleton class in PHP is a class that can have only one object and hence provides only a single point of access. So in generally, Generally in class, you can create as many objects as you want, and it will in turn create different access points into that block of code. So in a singleton class, you can only create a single object, hence singleton. So this piece of code, as you can notice, is used to create a singleton class. Now, to create a singleton class, you need to have the constructor function private. Now here, as you can see, a singleton class is created using this private construct, and it then checks if there's only one instance created, and if it is, it functions properly and displays initialize only once. Next question, how to encrypt a password using PHP. So PHP can be used for encryption techniques. Now the password underscore hash function creates a hash password from the password string using hashing algorithm. So suppose you create a password string and enter your password as password @123 and you put it inside the password hash function. So what it will generate is, we are echoing this generated hash. So what it will generate is this. So this is random. It changes every time you generate the password since it is encrypted, and same when you pass this password to the database using hashing algorithm, even in the database the password will not be visible. So your data is secure. Next question, mention different sorting functions for arrays in PHP. Now let us understand this question in the VS Code. So PHP consists of different sorting functions which you can use to sort a given array automatically. So if you want to sort an array in ascending order, what you need to do is use this sort function. So it will sort this array in ascending order. Now if you want to sort it in descending order, use rsort, that is reverse sort. Similarly, suppose you want to sort an array in terms of value in ascending order. So you need to use a sort function, that is this. So in terms of value, what in terms of value means is, suppose in a given array there are keys and values. So it will sort the array based on the values, that is this 22, 27 and 37. So the array will be the same since the values are already sorted. Now if you want to sort the array in according to key, that is this, you can use ksort, that is key sort function that is provided in PHP. So in case of key sort, what it does is it will sort the array in key, that is the first one would be D, that is Duke, second M, Mac, and the third R, that is raw. Now if you want to sort this array in descending order in terms of value, you use, instead of a sort, you use a reverse sort. Similarly, if you want to sort an array in terms of key in descending, you use k, instead of k sort, kr sort, that is k reverse sort. So these are the different sorting functions that are inbuilt into PHP. Moving on, what will be the output of the following code? Now if this code is given, let me give you some time and try to pause this video and think of what will be the output of the following code. So the output of this code will be 21,21 or 21,21. How did it happen? But before that, if you got it correct, congratulations. But if you want to understand it, see, a is a variable that contains the value 1, while a b is a variable that is getting the value of a variable through reference. Now we make changes in the b variable with 2 followed by this variable again, which is calling the value of a by reference. So if we make changes here, we also make changes in the value of a. Now if we display this, since the value of a is already changed by reference, it will display 21, that is the value here, and again since the value of b is already 21, it will again display 21. Moving on, what are construct function and destruct function in PHP? So a constructor or construct function is automatically invoked when a new object of a class is created and then can be used to initialize value in class. So when you create an object for a class, a constructor function is automatically invoked. But this can also be, so it does not contain any value when it is invoked. But you can also use this construct function to initialize some properties, to give some properties to the class, which will act as its default properties if nothing or no new properties are given to the class. Next is a destruct. Now a destruct is automatically invoked when an object of a class is destructed. Suppose you end the part of the code of a class, you are destroying the object. When you're ending the piece of code, a destruct function is automatically invoked to clean up the resources. Next is how can PHP and JavaScript interact. Now PHP and JavaScript cannot directly interact with each other since PHP is a server-side scripting language while JavaScript is a client-side language. But there is a way that these two wonderful languages can interact with each other. So we can swap variables since PHP can produce JavaScript code to be implemented by the browser. So yes, you can produce JavaScript code from PHP which can then be implemented by a browser, and then it is probable to pass those precise variables back to PHP via a URL. Next question is explain type hinting in PHP. Now in PHP, type hinting is used to specify the expected data type, that is array, object, interface, etc. for an argument in a function declaration. Now during a function call, suppose if argument does not match the expected data type, the runtime will display an error and that is a fatal error, and the program will then terminate. Now in this code here, what we are doing is we are type hinting. So this code is for string type hinting and this code is for integer type hinting. Now if these particular set of functions that have already specified the type they are expecting does not receive the same type of variable inside them, the program will return in a fatal error and it will terminate. So moving on to our final question of this video, write a class. So yes, this is an assignment, a kind of assignment for you guys. So what you need to do is you need to write a class to solve the following question which I'm going to say. So implement a class named basketball. We all like basketball, right? So implement a class named basketball with an attribute named baskets. So you have to create an attribute named baskets and initialize it to 0 as the starting position, and then create a method named score. Now when the score method is invoked, the baskets must increase by 1. So let's see the solution now. So this is how you create a class that is basketball. Now inside this class, what we are going to do is we are going to initialize the number of baskets, that is this variable, as 0 as the starting position. So to do that, what we're going to do is we will be using construct function as we discussed to initialize some default properties for the class. So this construct function is used to initialize this baskets variable to 0. Now suppose we do not call this function score, which is increasing the number of baskets, the default value will be displayed as 0 every time. Now suppose we invoke this score function every time a basket is scored, this will increase the number of baskets by 1. So this is pretty simple, and this is how you create a simple class which will perform the following question.
SQL is a very important technology that is used in the IT industry. Professionals working as application developers, web developers, data analysts, data scientists, software testers, and cybersecurity experts need to know SQL. In this video, we will cover 30 important SQL questions that are most frequently asked in the interviews. So before I begin, make sure to subscribe to the Simplilearn channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Now these questions consist of a set of theoretical and practical questions. So we will use different commands, functions, joins and other functionalities in Excel to solve the problems. So let's get started with the first question. So the first question is to state the difference between where and having clause in SQL. Now where and having are very widely used in SQL to solve specific problems. Now let's look at the difference one by one. So where clause is used to filter the records from the table based on the specified condition and can be used without the group by clause. On the other hand, having clause is used to filter the records from groups based on specified conditions. Now where clauses cannot have aggregate functions, so you cannot use sum, count, average, min and maximum functions in the where clause. While in the having clause, you can operate on aggregate functions, and those aggregate functions are used to filter values from a group. Now where clause is implemented on rows or at row level. So for each row of data, you have the where condition applied. Now having clauses are implemented on columns. So for each column of data, you have the having condition applied. Now another important difference between where and having is that the where clause is executed before the execution of the group by clause and after the execution of the from clause. On the other hand, the having clause is executed after groups are created. Now we will learn more about where and having and understand the usage better when we tackle practical problems in this video. Now moving to our next question, which is how is drop different from truncate? So drop and truncate are two different commands. So drop command is used to drop the whole table, removing the table definition and its contents, while truncate deletes all the rows from the table. Now we can drop the whole table structure in one go, so the view of the table does not exist. By using the truncate command, the existence of all the rows in the table is lost, but the view in the table exists. Now integrity constraints will be removed in drop command, while the integrity constraints will not be removed when you use the truncate command. Now moving to our third question. Now this is a practical question. So we will be using a table which is present in my MySQL database. So the table name is called employees, and I want to find the lowest salary of the employees in each department. You can see here, this is how my employees table looks, and the output query would be something like this. So here, since I want to find the lowest salary of the employees, so I'm using a min function to find the lowest salary in the table, and then I'm grouping all the employees and the results by department. So let's do this on MySQL Workbench. Okay, so here I am on my MySQL Workbench. First, let me go ahead and create a new SQL script. So I'll click on this, and that will create a new script. Okay, so here we'll write our commands. Alright, so our question was to find the lowest salary for each department. Okay, so I've given my comment to make my commands and whatever I'm doing more readable. So first, before I proceed, I need to select my database. So I'm going to use my SQL_intro database. So I'll write use SQL_intro. Now this database has a lot of tables that we'll be using in this interview questions video. I'll run it. Okay, we are in our SQL intro database. Now there is a table called employees. Let me show you the table first. If I write select star from employees, okay, so here you can see this is the table I'm talking about. Now these are the rows that are present in the table. We have 20 rows, and here you can see the different columns. We have the employee ID, employee name, age, gender. We have the department, city and salary. Now this is the same table that we have also used in our other videos that are already live on YouTube. Okay, so let's solve our question. to find the lowest salary for each department. Now for that I'll write select. I'll select my department column, which is DEPT, comma, and then to calculate the lowest salary or to find the lowest salary, I'm going to use the min function. So that will return the minimum salary present in the salary column. So I'll write min salary as I'm giving an alias name as, let's say, lowest underscore salary from my table name, that is employees. Then I'll write group by department. Now I'm grouping it by department because we want to find the lowest salary of the employees in each department. Now let's run and see the result. There you go. I'll just move it to the top so that you can see the results clearly. Okay, so here we have total 7 departments, you can see at the bottom, and in these 7 departments you can see in sales 70,000, let's say, dollars was the lowest salary. In marketing we had $55,000 as the lowest salary. Similarly, if I scroll down, we have other departments like tech, IT, finance and HR. So these are the lowest salary in each department. Alright, now moving to our next question. So our fourth question is, which query will help you fetch unique values from a column in a table? So this is a multiple choice question, which is another type of question that is often asked in the SQL interviews. Now we have multiple queries here and you need to choose the right query that will solve our problem. So since I want to get the unique values from a column in a table, so the right option would be to use the distinct keyword in the query. So if I write select distinct followed by the column name, let's say you want to find the distinct cities or the distinct departments in the employees table, so the query would be select distinct city or let's say department from the table name, that is employees. Hence this is the right option if you want to find any unique values from a column. Now moving to the fifth question. Now the fifth question says, it is actually a similar question here. We want to write the SQL query to fetch unique departments from the employees table. So as we saw, this is our employees table, and if you want to find the unique departments from the employees table, you can just write select distinct then followed by the column name, which is departments here, so DEPT from employees. Let's do this on our MySQL workbench. Okay, so let me just scroll down and I'll give a comment here, that is we want to find the unique departments. So the query would be select, then I'll use the distinct keyword. If I hit tab, it will autocomplete. Then I have my column, that is department, from my table name, that is employees. If I run this, the query will give us the unique departments that are present in the table. So here we have total 7 unique departments in the table. You can see here we have sales, marketing, product, tech, IT, finance and HR. But if you see our original table, which is the employees table, so there are total 20 records, and if you see the department column, there are multiple departments to which each of these employees belong to. Okay, now moving ahead. Now the sixth question is to write an SQL query to fetch the unique values of departments and print their length. Now this question consists of 2 parts. First, we need to fetch the unique values of departments that we saw in our fifth question, and then we want to print the length of each of the departments. So for that, I'm using the distinct keyword to find the unique departments, and then I'm using the inbuilt length function that is present in MySQL to find the length of the department, and then I'm using an alias that is length underscore department from employees. So let's say this on our workbench. Okay, so let me give a comment. I'll say unique departments and length. Okay, so the query would be, I'll write select distinct department, and then let me just scroll down. I'll give a comma and use my inbuilt length function. See, I'm hitting tab to autocomplete, and inside the length function I'll give my column name that is department. I'll give an alias as department underscore length from my table that is employees. This is pretty simple. So first I'm finding the unique departments, and then using the length function I'm finding the length of each department. Let's run and see. Okay, you can see the result here. So sales, the length is 5. Marketing, the length of marketing is 9. So basically you're counting the number of characters that are present in each of the departments. So in sales there are total 5 characters, in marketing there are total 9 characters, in product there are total 7 characters, in IT we have just 2 letters I and T, so hence the length is 2. Similarly finance is 7 and HR is 2 because we have just 2 letters H and R. Okay, so this is another variation of using distinct along with any inbuilt function. Alright. Now moving to the 7th question. The question is, what is the use of Datif function in SQL? Now Datif returns the number of days between two date or date time or timestamp values. So Datif is another crucial inbuilt function that is present in MySQL. So here is how you can use the Datif function. So it will return the number of days between two dates or date time or timestamp values. So here I have two date values, that is 10th of April 2021 and I have 30th of March 2021. So this query will give us the total number of days that lie between these two dates. And similarly, here is another example of using the Datif function. So I want to calculate the total number of days that are present between today's date, so I am using the now function, and between 20th of April 2021. So let's do this demo on the workbench. Alright, first I'll give a comment saying Datif function. Okay, now the way to use is I'll write select, and then you can see here once I type date, MySQL workbench is automatically suggesting some of the inbuilt functions. I'm going to use Datif, and within Datif I'm going to pass in two values. So I'm passing in two date values, let's say 2021 April, so I'll write 04 and let's say 10th of April. I'll give another comma and I'll pass in my second date value, that is going to be 30th of March 2021. Alright, now another thing to note here is the date value should be present inside quotations. Now if you want, you can give an alias as well. I'll write as total days. Let's run it. There you go. It has given us the output as 10. So there are total 10 days between 31st of March to 10th of April. Now let's see another example. I'll write select date diff and we'll pass in my now function. So the now function returns the current date, that is today's date, and I'll give another date value, let's say 2021 April 20th. Now we'll see the results. If you want, you can give an alias name so that the output is more readable here. I'll run it. Okay, so between today's date and my previous date, that was 20th of April, there are total 49 days. So today's date is actually 8th of June. So between 20th of April and 8th of June, there are total 49 days. Alright, now moving ahead. Now in the 8th question, we want to write an SQL query to display the departments that have more than 2 employees. So this is our employees table that we have been using, and here is how the command looks like. So here we are using both group by and having. Now I am grouping by department because I want to display the departments that have more than 2 employees. Now for the second filter, I am using the count function of the employee IDs and checking if the employees in each department are more than 2 or not. Let's do this. Let me move down a bit and I'll give a comment: departments with more than 2 employees. Okay, now let's write our query. So I want to select the department and then I'm using the count function to count the employee IDs in each department, or the employees present in each department. From my table, that is employees, I'm going to group by department, and then I'll use having my count of employee ID. This should be greater than 2. So our query will return only those departments which have more than 2 employees. Let's run and see. There you go. So we have total 4 departments, that is sales, product, tech and IT, where we have more than 2 employees. You can see here sales has 4 employees, product has 3, tech has 4 and IT has 3. The rest other departments like finance, HR and others have less than 2 employees. Now if you want, you can give an alias as well. Let's say as total employees. Okay, let me run it again, and here you can see I have the column name as total employees. Okay, so moving ahead, the 9th question, we want to display the details of the employees for all the departments except marketing. Now here I have my employees table. Now if I were to display all the details of the employees apart from marketing department, I can give a condition like where department not equal to marketing. So this is the way how you write not equal to. So you use the less than and greater than symbol. Another way to do is use the exclamation mark and give equal to. So this means select all the employees where department is not equal to marketing. Now let's do this. I'll move down a bit and will give a comment as details of employees apart from marketing. So the query would be select star from employees. I'm using star because I want to display all the details. That means I want to display all the columns. Then I'm going to use my where condition where department not equal to marketing. I'll put marketing under quotes. Let's run it and see the results. There you go. So we have total 18 rows of information, and if you see the department column, we have all the departments apart from marketing. Now if you remember, our employees table had total 20 rows of information, out of which 2 are missing, which means there were 2 employees who were from marketing department and those departments were not displaying. Now another way to do is to use exclamation mark and equal to. So this also means select all the employees where department is not equal to marketing. Let's run this. You see here it gives us the same result and has returned us 18 rows of information, leaving apart the employees from the marketing department. Alright, now moving ahead. So our 10th question is to write an SQL query to print the details of the employees who have joined before April 2010 and after May 2005. So here is my employees table and this is my SQL query. So here we are using just a where condition to filter our results, and my condition is the employee should have joined after May 2005. So I have written after 31st of May 2005 and before April 2010, which is before 31st of March 2010. Let's do this. I'll give a comment here. We'll write employees joined before April 2010 and after May 2005. Now let's write our SQL query. So I'll write select star from employees where my date of join. If you see here, I have a column called date of join which has the details about the day on which the employee had joined the company. So I'm going to write where date of join is greater than 31st of May 2005. So I'll write 2005. This is one of the formats to use date values. So this is the year value, this is the month value, and this is the day value. And my date of join should be less than 31st of March 2010. So I'll write 2010 March 31st. I hope you were able to understand this. Date of join greater than 31st of May 2005 means after May 2005, and date of join less than 31st of March 2010. This means employees joined before 2010 April. Let's run it. Okay, so we have total 3 employees in our table. You can see the date of join and all of them have joined after May 2005 and before April 2010. Okay. Now moving ahead to the 11th question. So here we want to find the employee with the third highest salary from the table. So I have my employees table here and my command would look something like this. So here we are going to explore how to write subqueries in SQL. So I'm using a subquery here where I'm trying to find the employees who have the top 3 salaries, or the top 3 employees who have the highest salaries, and from that I'm going to filter out my third highest salary employee. So let's do it on our workbench. Okay, so I'll come down and let me give a comment as third highest salary. Okay, so let me first write down my SQL query and then I'll explain. So I'll write select star from. After that I'll start a bracket and write my inner query. So I'll write select star from employees, order by salary, descending. Then I'll use my limit keyword and I'll write limit 3 as I'll give an alias name, let's say T, and then I'm again going to use my order by salary limit 1. Okay, now let me explain you the flow. So first let me run the inner query. I'll select my inner query and I'll run it. So the inner query returns my top 3 employees who have the highest salary, and this is ordered in descending order since I used salary descending. Now let me just use this. Okay, now you can see it clearly. So these are my top 3 employees who have the highest salary. So Joseph has the maximum salary, followed by Angela, and then we have Jack. Now from this I want to return only the record for Jack, because Jack is the employee who earns the third highest salary. So for that I am going to use the result returned by my subquery or the inner query, and on top of this I'm going to order the salary and say limit equal to 1. So I'm again ordering this salary in ascending order. So what will happen? Jack will appear at the top, Angela will be at the second place, and Joseph will come to the third place. And from there I'm using limit 1 so that I can only get the record for Jack. Now if I run the entire query, you see the result. I have my employee name as Jack who earns the third highest salary. Okay. Now moving ahead to the 12th question. The question is to print all the alternate records in a table. So here is my employees table, and from this table I'm going to print all the alternate records. For example, I'm going to print my employee ID 101, then I'm going to skip 102 and print 103, followed by 105, 107, 109. So all the employee IDs that have an odd value. And you can look at this example in another way of displaying the employees which have an employee ID of even numbers. So 102, 104, 106 and so on. Now the way to do is, either you can use a simple select clause and say employee ID percentage or modulus 2 equal to 0, which means I want to filter only those employees which have an even employee ID. Else what you can do is you can use a CTE, as you can see here. So CTE, or the common table expression, is a temporary named result set that you can reference within a select, insert, update or delete statement. Now it is used to simplify complex joins and subqueries and to provide a means to query hierarchical data. Now let's write this query on our workbench and see how it works. So before that, let me explain you. I am using a few new functions such as row number. This will create a row number for each of the rows or the records present in my table. And then from this CTE I am going to use my filter clause or the where clause, where rn, which is row number, percentage 2 equal to 1. So this will return only the odd records from the table. Let's see how to do it. Okay, so I'll give a comment, print alternate records. Okay, now I'll start with my simple query, which is select star from employees, where let's say I want to find only the even employee IDs or the employees who have an even employee ID. So I can use employee ID percentage 2 equal to 0. So it has to be a perfect division and the result should be 0. Only then I can get only the even employees. If I run this, okay, there was an error here. It should be employees. I'll run it again. You can see here I have printed the alternate records in a table. So we have skipped 101 because it is not divisible by 2. I've started with 102, followed by 104, 106, 108, and then finally we have 120 or 120. Now if you want to print only the odd records in the table, you can use employee ID %2 equal to 1. So you can see here I have 101, 103, 105, 107 up to 119. Now the best way to do this is to use a common table expression or CTE. So I'll start with my command, that is with CTE, as I'll start with my bracket. I'll write select star comma, then I'm going to use my row number function. So I'll write row number, then I'll write over, then I'll use order by employee ID. So this row number for each of the rows is going to be created over my employee ID column, and that is sorted in ascending order. I'll give an alias as RN, which stands for row number, from my table, that is employees. I'll scroll down, and then I'm going to close my bracket. I'll write select. Let me remove the space here. Okay, I'll write select star from CTE, where my row number %2 equal to 1. Now let's see this from the top. So I have my common table expression where I am going to create a row number column named as RN, and this row number column is based on my employee ID column, which is sorted in ascending order, and from that I'm going to filter only those row number values that are not divisible by 2, or I'm going to print only the odd records from the table. So let's run it and see the results. There you go. So here if you mark, I have my row number column created, and I am filtering only the odd records in the table. So it starts with 1, 3, 5, 7 and goes up to 19. And similarly here you can see the employee IDs, the name, the age, gender and other information. Now if you were to print the even records in the table, the alternate even records, you can use RN %2 equal to 0. Let's see the difference. I'll run this. There you go. So I have my even row number starting from 2, which goes up to 20. Okay, so this is how you can print alternate records in a table. Now moving to the next question. Now in the 13th question, we want to write an SQL query to fetch all the duplicate rows in a table. Now this is another crucial interview question that is often asked in most of the interviews. Now I have a table which is named as duplicate table, and here you can see I have some employee ID, name and age, and a few records are duplicated. For example, 101 Sam 40, the first record is duplicated, and you can see here it has the same values. Now if you mark 103 Mary and 28 is not duplicated because here the age is different, so this is a different person than compared to the third name that we have. So this is how you can find the duplicate rows in a table. So I'm going to select my employee ID, name and age, and then count all the employee IDs, the names and age, and compare them with whether they are greater than 1 or not. So if they are greater than 1, then I'll say that particular record is duplicated or is present more than one time in the table. Let's do this implementation on our workbench. Okay, so I'll come down and let me give my comment as duplicate records. Okay, so let me first show you the records that are present in my table. So I'll write select star from dup underscore employees. I'll run it. Okay, you can see here I have my table that we saw in the slides. So employee ID 101 with name Sam and age 40 is duplicated. So we want to find this duplicate record. The way to do is I'll write select e underscore id, which is employee id, comma name, comma age, comma I'm going to count all of them. So I'll write count star as duplicate count. This is my alias name from my table, that is dup underscore employees. I'll say group by employee ID, name and age, and then I'm going to use my having clause saying having count of employee ID is greater than 1 and count of name should also be greater than 1 and my count of age should also be greater than 1. Let's run it and see the results. Okay, there is some error here. The name of the table should be employees. Okay, let's run again. We have our correct result, that is employee ID 101 with name Sam and age 40 is duplicated, so the value is 2. Great. Now moving ahead. Now the 14th question is a bit tricky, wherein we want to display the employees with exactly 2 A's in their name. So you see here I have my employee names and there are certain employees who have just 2 A's in their names. So I want to find those employees only. Now the way to do is, it is a bit tricky to understand. I'm going to break it down and make you understand on my MySQL workbench. So here you can just have a glance. I write select star from employees where I am finding the length of my employee name and then subtracting my length wherein I have replaced my employee name that has A with a blank, and if this subtraction is equal to 2, then that particular employee has 2 A's in their names. So let me show this first. Let me first give my comment as employees with 2 A's. Okay. So first I'm going to write a select statement. Okay, before that I'll show you the records present in my table. Okay, if you see here, Shane is one of the employees that has just 1 A in its name. Then we have Mary 1 A, Dwayne has 1 A, but if you see Sarah has 2 A in the name, so we want to extract Sarah. Then Jack has 1 A. Again, if you see Angela has 2 A. It doesn't matter if it is uppercase A or lowercase a, we just need to find if the employees have 2 A's in their name. And similarly, if I scroll down, let me check if we have any other employee with 2 A's in their name. Marcus has 1, David has 1, Sophia has 1. We also have Amelia that has 2 A's in its name or in her name. And we also have Maya. Okay, now let me go ahead and write a SQL query and then I'll explain you what I'm trying to do. I'll write select I'm using the length function, and in the length function I'm going to replace, then I'll use another function called upper on top of employee name. I'll write A and then replace it with a blank. So I'm using quotations to represent blank from employees. Okay, let's run this and see the results. You see here it has given us the length of the employee strings after replacing all the A's with a blank. So here I'm essentially converting my employee names to uppercase, and I'm changing wherever there is an A, I'm replacing that A with a blank, and then I'm finding the length. So this trick I'm going to use in my final query. So I'll write select star from employees, where what I'm going to do is I'll bring this to the next line. I'll write length of employee name minus, then I'm going to use my above condition. I'll copy this, I'll paste it here, and this value should be 2. So what I'm doing is I am first finding out the length of my employee name. From that I'm subtracting the length after replacing the A's present in the employee name with a blank, and this value should be equal to 2. The reason being we are only trying to find the employees who have 2 A's in their name. Let's run and see the results. Okay, if you see here we have Sarah, Angela, Emilia and Maya who have 2 A's in their name. So we have Sarah that has 2A, Angela has 2A, Emilia has 2 A's, and then Maya also has 2A. Okay, now moving ahead. Now the 15th question is, given a string, how will you extract 4 characters starting from the second position? So I have my string here which says Michael Ballack. Now Michael Ballack, you must be aware, is a popular footballer. He is from Germany and also was the captain of Germany. So from the string Michael Ballack, I am going to extract 4 characters starting from the second position. You can use 2 inbuilt MySQL functions to do this. The first is called substr, wherein we pass in the string, then we give the position from where we want to extract the characters. So here I am going to extract from the second position, so hence 2, and then the number of characters that you want to extract, which is 4. The other way is to use the substring function, which is again similar to the substr function. In the substring function also I am first passing in my input string and then giving my starting position, which is 2, and then I want to extract 4 characters from it. Let's do it. I'll give a comment, extract strings. So here I'm going to write select. First I'm going to use substr, which is my inbuilt function. I'm going to pass in my input string which says Michael Ballack, and then I'll give my starting position, which is 2, and then the number of characters, that is 4. Let's run it and see the results. You can see here it has given us ICHA. So if you see, M is at the first position. From the second position onwards I needed 4 characters, so M, C, H and A. These are the 4 characters starting from the second position. Similarly, let me just copy this, and instead of substr I'm going to use the substring function. I'll write just ing, that becomes substring. Let's select and run it, and this also returns the same result. Suppose you wanted to extract from the 4th position We wanted to extract, let's say, 3 characters. Let's see the results. It gives us H, A and E. If you see here, M is the first position, I is at the second position, C is at the third position, H starts from the fourth position. So H, A and E are the next 3 characters starting from the fourth position. So hence this is the result. Alright, now moving ahead. Now my 16th question is on how does self-join work. So self-join joins a table to itself. So the table must contain a column X that acts as the primary key and a different column, let's say Y, that stores values that can be matched up with the values in column X. Now this might not be really easy to understand. You'll get to know once we do this demo. So I have a table which is called employee manager. So this is my table. Now let me tell you how to interpret this table. We have 5 different employees starting from employee ID 1 to employee ID 5. Gary, Gibbs, Smith, Latham and Jimmy are the different employees we have. You have their salaries, and now you have the employees reporting to which manager. Now if you see here, Gary's manager ID is 3. So if you see our table, at 3 we have Smith. So Gary is reporting to 3, or in other words, Smith has a employee under him who is Gary. Similarly, Gibbs is reporting to manager ID 1 or employee ID 1, which is Gary. So Gibbs manager is Gary. Similarly, if you see for Smith, Smith is reporting to the person with manager ID 4 or employee ID 4. We have Latham. So Latham has one employee under him who is Smith. Now Latham in our table has no managers. Then we have Jimmy who's reporting to the employee ID 3 who is Smith. Okay. Now I want to use this table and return the name of the manager for each employee. To do that, I am going to use my self join. So here I am using a self join to join both the tables. Here both the tables mean I am using the same table twice. So I have written select e.employee e.employee name, then we have e.manager ID, then I am using another alias for managers, so m.employee name as manager underscore name from employee underscore manager as e. This join means self join employee underscore manager as m on e.manager ID equal to e.employee ID. So this is my common column, that is employee ID or manager ID. Let's do it. Alright, I'll give a comment here saying self join, and I'll start with my self join. I'll write select. Let me first display my table. I'll write select star from, and my table name is emp underscore manager. I'll run it. You can see the table here. This is the same table that we saw in the slides. Now I'll write my join query. I'll write select e dot employee ID comma e dot employee name comma e dot manager ID comma, then I'm using another alias as m for finding the manager name. So m dot employee name as manager name. There shouldn't be any space in the alias name. Then I'll write from emp underscore manager as e join emp underscore manager as m on e dot manager underscore ID equal to m dot emp underscore ID. Let me run this and we'll see the results. There you go. So Gary reports to the manager ID 3. So from the table 3 is for Smith, so Gary's manager is Smith, Gibbs' manager is Gary, Smith's manager is Latham, and Jimmy's manager is Smith. Okay, so this is how you can use self join. Now moving ahead with our next question. So the 17th question is on which of the following is called a virtual table in SQL. So again we have a multiple choice question. So the answer is view. You can see here. So view is a virtual table that has rows and columns as they are in a real table in the database. Now we can create a view by selecting fields from one or more tables present in the database. Next, moving to the 18th question. So here we want to write an SQL query to fetch the list of employees with the same salary. Again, I am going to use a self join here, wherein I'll join the same employees table, and this is how my query would look like. So I am selecting distinct employee ID, so e.employee ID, e.employee name, e.salary from employees. Then I'm joining employees as e on employees e1, where e.salary equal to e1.salary, because I want to fetch the list of employees with the same salary, and I'm ensuring that the employee IDs from both the tables are different. Let's do it. I'll give a comment here and write employees with same salary, and I'll start with my query. I'll write select distinct e.employee ID, comma, I'll write e.employee name, comma, e.salary from employees as e, then employees as e1, where e.salary equal to e1.salary and e.employee ID is not equal to e1.employee ID. I'll give a semicolon and let's print the results. You see here we have Amelia, Bela, Shane and Sarah who have the same salary. So Amelia and Shane have the same salary of $55,000. Bela and Sarah have the same salary of $72,000. Okay. Now moving to the 19th question. So the question is to write an SQL query to print one row twice in results from a table. So I have a table here called employees, and I want to print one row twice in the results. So to solve such kind of problems, you need to use the union all operator in SQL. So union all combines the result sets of two or more select statements. It does not remove duplicate rows. Between the various select statements, all the rows are returned. So let's say I want to print the employee name and department for those employees who are from the HR department. Now to do this, we can use the union all operator. You can see it here. So I'm selecting my employee name, the department from my table employees as E. Then I'm giving my where clause where e.department equal to HR, and then I'm using the union all operator. Then I'm again selecting my employee name, department from employees with another alias as E1, where E1.department equal to HR. So let's do this. Okay, so I'll give my comment as print row twice. Okay, now I'll start with my query. I'll write select my employee name, comma, the department from my table that is employees as E. Then I'll use where e.department equal to HR. Then I'm going to use the union all operator. So the union all will combine the result set of two or more select statements. Then I'm going to write select emp underscore name, comma, my department from employees as E1, where E1.department equal to HR. I'll give a semicolon. Now let's run it. There you go. You can see here Marcus and Sophia are from the HR department and we have printed them twice in our results. Coming to the next question. The question is, using the num table, write a query to add 10 when number is 0, 20 when number is 1, else print the number itself. So you can see here I have my table called num and it has just one column, which is num ID or number ID. We have some numbers here, and from these numbers I want to add 10 if the number is 0, 20 if the number is 1, else I would print the number itself. So to answer this question, we'll use the case statement in SQL. So the case statement is SQL's way of handling if-then logic. The case statement is followed by at least one pair of when and then statements. So here you can see I have my case statement. I'm writing when case, my column name n underscore id equal to 0, then add plus 10. If it is 1, then add plus 20, else we'll just return the number id. Now let's do this. Okay, I'll give a comment saying using case statements. Okay, first of all, let me display the values present in my NUM table. You can see here this is my table and there are total 12 rows of numbers. Now let's start with our query. I'll write select n underscore id, comma, then I'm going to write my case statement. So I'll use the keyword as case when n underscore id equal to 0. I'll use then n underscore id plus 10. I'll write when n underscore id equal to 1, then n underscore id plus 20, else I'll just print NID. Now I'll end my case statement. I'll write end as an alias name, let's say num underscore add, from my table that is num. Let's run and see the results. Okay, you can see here my first number was 0. So since it was 0, we have added num id or NID plus 10. So the result is 10. Now wherever the num id is 1, for example here we have added 20, so the result or the output becomes 21. Similarly here the value was 0, so we have added 10, the output is 10. And you see here again, here we had another 1, so we added 1 to 20, so the result becomes 21. And for the rest of the numbers, for example 3, we had 2, the values are the same. Okay, now moving ahead. So we have a table called num1, and using this table we want to write a query to find the sum of all positive values and the negative values. So let's see the table first. So this is my table, which is num1. You can see here we have a list of integers and there are positive as well as negative integers. So for positive values and the negative values we want to find the sum separately. So again, for this we are using the case statement. You can see here I have used two case statements. I'm writing select, and then I'm using the case to find if the number is greater than 0, which means it's a positive number. So I'm finding out the sum, and then I'm checking case when the integer is less than 0, so it's a negative number, and I'm finding the sum for the negative numbers as well. Let's do this. Okay, so I'll give my comment as add positive and negative numbers. Okay, so let's start with our select query. I'll write select. I'll use the sum function, and inside the sum function I'll use my case statement. So I'll write case when num underscore integer. Okay, before that let me just print the values present in my table. So I'll write select star from my table name, that is num1. Okay, so you can see here these are the values or the list of integers that we have. There are some positive as well as negative integers. Okay, let's continue with our query. So here I'm going to write case when num underscore integer or int, which is my column name, if it is greater than 0, then I'll return num underscore int. Else I'll say 0 and end my case statement. I'll give an alias as sum of, let's say, positive numbers. I'll give a comma. Then I'll use another sum function, and inside the sum function we'll use the case statement to find the sum of negative numbers or integers. So I'll write num underscore int. If it is less than 0, then num underscore int, else 0, and I'll end. Okay, and I'll give another alias name as, let's say, sum underscore neg, which stands for negative. POS is for positive integers, and then I'll write from my table, that is num1. Let's run it. Okay, there you go. We have our results. So we have two columns, sum of positive integers and sum of negative integers. You can see the results 19 and -14 respectively. Okay, now moving ahead. Now in question number 22, we want to list the difference between primary key and foreign key. So as you can see here, primary key is something that can uniquely identify a record in a table. So if you consider a school database, a primary key would ideally be the roll number or the registration number of the student, because that is unique to all the students in a school. Now foreign key is the field in the table that is primary key to another table. So suppose you have another table called courses to which the students have enrolled to. Now if you have a roll number or a registration number column in the course table, that becomes the foreign key. Now the other difference is primary key don't accept or cannot accept null values, while foreign key can accept null values. Now you can have only one primary key in a table, but you can have more than one foreign key in a table. Now coming to the 23rd question, what is the difference between primary key and union? So you can have only one primary key in a table, as we discussed in the previous question, but you can have more than one unique key in a table. A primary key column cannot have null values, but union can accept null values. Now if you assign a column as a primary key, you create a clustered index, and similarly if you assign a column with union, you create non-clustered index. Okay, now coming to the 24th question, what is a check constraint in SQL? So check constraints are used while creating tables. Check constraint helps to limit or restrict the values that can be inserted into a column. For example, we have a table here, let's say dummy1, and you want to ensure that every time you insert the age of people or persons in the table, you want to make sure that age should be always greater than 0. Reason being, a person cannot have, or an animal cannot have, or a tree cannot have a negative age. Similarly, you can set a constant for the salary column in a table to ensure that it is always greater than 0, because you cannot earn a negative salary, or it cannot be less than 0. Now we are going to create a dummy table on my MySQL workbench and see how check constraints can be applied. Okay, so let's give our comment as check constraints. Alright, so I'm going to create a table called dummy, let's say underscore SQL. Now this table will have a few columns. First we have, let's say, EID, which stands for employee ID. The data type is integer, and I'm going to assign employee ID as my primary key. So I'll write primary key here. Okay, I'll give a comma. Next we'll have a city column. City column is of type var char or varying character. I'll give the size as 30, and here I'm going to apply my check constraint to this city column. I'm going to check the city should take only values as Mumbai. Let's say I'll have my final column, that is age. Age is of type integer, and here I'm going to check my age should always be greater than 0. So I'll write check age greater than 0. Okay, so our dummy SQL table has one primary key constraint, and we have applied two check constraints on city and age column. Let's run this. Okay, so we have created our table successfully. You can see it here. Now let's insert a few records and we can see the difference. I'll write insert into dummy underscore SQL. I'll write values. I'll have my employee ID as 101. I'm giving my city as Mumbai, which is what we want. And let's say I'll give my age as 10. Now this should perfectly work because my city is Mumbai and my age is greater than 0. So I should be able to insert this record successfully. You can see here I have inserted this record to the table. I'll write select star from dummy SQL so that you can check. Let's run it. There is some mistake. I should write from. Okay, let's run it. You can see it here. We have one record or one row returned. Now let's say we'll insert another record, and this time I'm going to give my employee ID as 102 because it has to be unique. And this time instead of Mumbai, I'm going to give my city as, let's say, Delhi. So I'm not following my check constraint where I am supposed to give only Mumbai. I'm purposely giving Delhi here to see the difference. If I run this, let's say we'll have age is 40, which is greater than 0. Let's run it. You see here we get an error saying check constraint dummy underscore SQL underscore check is violated. Similarly, let's say I'll change this to Mumbai again, and instead of 40, let's say I'll give us minus 30. So your age can never be in negative numbers. If I run this, I get the same error. My check constraint has been violated because age should be greater than 0. Okay, so this is how you can use check constraints in SQL. Now coming to the 25th question. So given two tables A and B, we want to write a query to fetch values in table B that are not present in table A. Now to answer this question, you can use the left join. So what left join does is, it returns all the rows from the left table and only matching rows from the right table. And I've used my condition as a.id, which is in the right table, should be null. Let's write this query on the workbench. Okay, so I'll give my comment using left join. First of all, let me display my tables. I'll write select star from A. If I run this, I have the IDs. There are total 5 IDs in table A. Similarly, I'll copy this and will see the values that are present in table B. So again, I have 5 values. There are a few non-matching values as well. So I want to return those non-matching values that are not present in table A. So for that, I'll write select ID from table B. I'll use left join A using my ID column. This is another way to give the condition, or you can use the on operator. Then I'll give where a.id is null. Let's run and see the results. There you go. So 150, 275 are not present in table A but are present in table B. Okay. Now moving ahead. So now we'll look at the last set of 5 questions. So these questions are based on the popular Northwind sample database provided by Microsoft. Now there are several tables in this database. So we have an order table, customers, employee, products, a region table and others. We'll use our Microsoft SQL Server to solve the 5 questions. So my next question, which is based on Microsoft SQL Server, the question is, using the Northwind database, find the customers who don't have any orders. Okay, so I am on my Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So this is how the interface looks like, and here you can see I have a list of databases. Now to solve the last 5 questions, I'm going to use the Northwind database. If I expand this, I'll click on the plus sign. You can see there are a lot of tables that are already present in the database. You can see here we have customers, employees, employee territories, order details, orders, products, region, shippers, suppliers, territories and more. Okay, let me just collapse this. Alright, so to write my queries, I'm going to create a new query file, and here you see I am currently on my master database. I'm going to change this to Northwind database so that we can utilize all the tables that are present. So my 26th question was to find the customers who don't have any orders. So for that, I'm going to use 2 tables, customers and orders. So let me first give a comment saying customers with no orders, and now let's go ahead and display the columns that we have and see the records present in the tables customers and orders. So first I'm checking all the columns and the rows present in the customers table. I'll execute using this button, or you can hit F5 as well. Okay, you can see here there are total 91 customers. These are all unique customers. You have total 91 unique customer IDs. You see here the company name of the customer. You have the contact name, the contact title, address, city to which the customers belong to, then the region, postal code, country, phone, fax number. Okay, now let me just copy this query, and now we'll check for the orders table. I'll write select star from orders, and let's execute it or run it. Okay, so there are total 830 rows of information. So there were total 830 orders or order IDs. We have the customer ID. Now this customer ID is actually the foreign key for the orders table, but for the customers table, customer ID is the primary key, and in the orders table, order ID is the primary key. We also have the employee ID. Again, this employee ID is the foreign key for this orders table. We have the order date, we have the required date, ship date, ship via, which means by which medium the order was shipped. We have the freight charges, ship name, and ship address as well. Then you have the city from which the item was shipped, the region, postal code, and the country. Okay, now let me use the distinct keyword. I'll write select distinct. I want to find the distinct customer IDs from my customers table. Let's run and see how many unique customer IDs we have. So there are total 91 customer IDs or customers. Now let's check for the orders table. Let's run it and see the difference now. If you see here, there are total 89 customer IDs in the orders table, which means there are 2 customers missing from the orders table, and that implies those 2 customers don't have any orders. So to get the result, I will use 2 different queries to derive at the same output. So I'm going to select my customer ID from my table, that is customers. I'm going to use where my customer ID, and then I'm going to use the not in operator. I'm going to use a subquery select customer ID from my orders table. Close the bracket and I'll give a semicolon. Now what this query essentially does is, it is first going to find all the customer IDs that are present in my orders table, and in the outer query we are only going to return the customers that are present in both the tables, and we are going to exclude those customers which are not present in the orders table. So let's run and see the results. We should get 2 customer IDs. There you go. So these are the 2 customer IDs which are present in the customers table and are not present in the orders table, meaning that they don't have any orders in their name. Now there is another way to do it, that is to use the not exists operator, wherein you can write another subquery to get the same result. We'll leave that to you. You can try this out using the not exists operator as well. Coming to the 27th question. Using the orders table in the Northwind database, we want to find all the month-end orders. So such problems you will face while dealing with sales data. So very often sales executives would try hard to meet their month-end targets. We want to display all the orders made on the last day of the month. So let's solve this question on our Microsoft SQL Server. Okay, so let me first give my comment for the 27th question. So the question is to find all the month-end orders. So I'll just write month-end orders. Okay. Now to get the month-end orders, we are going to use a built-in EO month function which stands for end of month. So let's start with the query. I'll write select. We are going to select the employee ID, comma. I also want the order ID and we want the order date from my table that is orders. I'll then give my where clause. I'll write where my order date equal to, and I'll use my inbuilt function that is end of month. I have hit tab to autocomplete, and inside this function I'll pass in my order date column. Then I'm going to use the order by clause. I'm going to order it by employee ID and the order ID. I'll just move down and hit tab. Okay, let's run the query. There you go. We have got 26 rows of information. You see on the left side we have the employee IDs, the order IDs, and then we have the order date column. Now if you mark the values present in the order date column, these are all the end of month date values. You see this is 28th of Feb, then we have 31st of July, we have 30th of June, so on and so forth. So these are the list of all the orders that were placed on the last day of the month. Now coming to the 28th question, we want to find the top 5 countries with the highest freight charges in the year 1997. So freight charge is the amount paid to a carrier company for the transportation of goods from origin to another location. The freight charge is calculated based on the mode of transportation and the distance between the pickup place or the pickup location and the destination. So let's try this out on the Microsoft Server Management Studio. Okay, so let me go ahead and give my comment. So since we want to find the top 5 countries with the highest freight charges, I'll just give my comment as highest freight charges. Okay, now to solve this question, I'll just change this to GHT. Okay, we are going to use our orders table. So the way to do is I'll write select. I'm going to use the top 5. So top is another keyword or an operator. So I'm going to find out the ship country and then I'll calculate the average freight prices. So I'm going to use the average inbuilt function on top of my column that is freight. I'll give an alias as, let's say, average freight. There should be no space. I'll give a underscore. I'll write from my table that is orders. I'll use my where clause where, and then I'm going to find the year from my order date column, and this year should be 1997. I'm going to group it by my ship country and I'll use order by my alias name that was average freight, and in descending order I'm going to sort it. Let's see the top 5 shipping countries who have the highest freight charges. These are the results. You have Austria, Switzerland, Sweden, Canada and Ireland, and here you can see the average freight prices sorted in descending order. Okay, Now moving ahead to the 29th question. So here we want to display the total number of products in each category. So we have two different tables, products and categories. So both these tables we are going to use to find a solution to this problem, that is to display the total number of products in each category. So first let me give my comment to display the total number of products in each category. I'll just write print total products. Okay, so to solve this problem we are going to use our two tables. So let me first display the rows and columns from both the tables. The first table is products. Okay, it is products. Let's run this and see the columns that we have in this table. Okay, so you have the product ID, which is the primary key. You have the product name. So there are total 77 different products. Okay, and then you have the supplier ID, you have the category ID. So these two columns are the foreign key columns. You have the quantity per unit, unit price, units in stock, units in order, and if you want to reorder some product to fill in the stocks, so you have information for that as well, and if the product has been discontinued or not. I'll copy this and let's see what rows and columns we have in my categories table. Okay, let me execute this. Okay, so we have total 8 categories of products. You can see beverages, we have dairy products, meat or poultry, you have produce, seafood. These are the description. Okay, now to find the total number of products in each category, I'll write my query as select. I'll write category name, comma, count star. I'll give this an alias name as total products, give an underscore and write products from my first table, that is products, give an alias as p. I'm going to use an inner join with my categories table, and I'll give my alias as c on my common key column, that is p dot category id is equal to c dot category id. Then I'm going to group my results based on the category names. So I'll write category name and we'll use the order by clause. I'll write order by count star as descending. So let's see the total number of products that we have in each category. So this shouldn't be as descending, should be just count star descending. Okay, I'll select and run it. There you go. So here on the left hand side you have the different category names, and on the right you have the total number of products that belong to each of the categories. Alright, now moving on to the final question. So the last question is to use the Northwind database, and using this database we want to find the list of late orders for all the employees. So this is a real world problem that often occurs. So the shipment of your orders might get delayed due to logistic issues, or if the products are not available on time. There can be various other reasons as well. So here we want to find those orders for the employees where the required date is less than the shipment date. So we are going to use two different tables, that is orders and employees. Okay, now let me give my comment for the final query that we are going to write in this interview questions tutorial. So using the orders table I want to find the list of orders for all the employees. So I'll just give list of late orders, not just orders, for employees. I write EMPS, which stands for employees. So here I'm going to use two tables, orders and employees. Orders table we have already seen. Let's see the rows and columns that are present in the employees table. I'll write select star from employees and let me run it. Okay, so there are total 9 employees we have. So we have the employee ID. This is the primary key column which goes from 1 to 9. We have the last name of the employee, the first name of the employee. We have the title. Then we have the title of courtesy, whether doctor, Mr., Mrs. We have the birthday of the employee, the hire date or the date of join. You have the address, city, region, postal code, and other information. Alright, so let's see how you can join the orders table and the employees table to get the list of late orders. And we must remember that late orders are those where the required date is less than equal to the shipped date. So I'll start with select e dot, I'll write employee ID, comma, I want the first name, comma, I'm going to count star as late orders from my table orders as O. Then I'll use my inner join. I'll write employees as E. It doesn't matter actually if you use small e or capital E. Then I'm going to use my on condition on e dot on e dot employee ID equal to O dot employee ID. So this is my common key column that is present in both the tables. Then I'll use my where clause where. Now you should be careful and you should give the right clause. So my required date should be less than or equal to my shipped date. So this is my condition, and then I'm going to group by e dot employee ID, comma, e dot first name, and then I'll use my order by clause, order by my alias name that was late orders, and I'll arrange it in descending order. So let's run this and see our result. Okay, so you have the employee IDs on the left, then you have the first name of the employee IDs, and then you have the late orders for each of these employees. So if you see here, employee ID 4 has the highest number of late orders, followed by employee ID 3 and 8 as well as 9 who have 5 late orders. Then we have the employee ID 2 which has 4 late orders. Even employee ID 7 has 4 late orders. Employee ID 5, that is Steven, has only 1 late orders. So we are done with our demo section and we have covered all our 30 questions, out of which 25 questions were based and used on MySQL server. And to address the last 5 questions, we used our Northwind database that had a lot of tables. You can see it here, and using those tables we solved some interesting questions.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Welcome everyone to this topic in which we are going to talk about that what exactly is the different Maven interview questions here. Now in this one we are going to talk about what are the different questions, some couple of questions we are going to go through, and we'll try to understand that what exactly the answers are. Now let's talk about the first question over here. So what exactly is in Maven here? So Maven is nothing but a kind of a popular open tool, open source build tool which is available there. Now before Maven there were a couple of build tools which was present like Ant and a lot of other legacy tools was present there, but after that Maven is something which was released as an open source tool, and it really helps the organization to automate some couple of build processes and have some particular mechanisms like build, publish and deploys of different projects at once itself. So it's a very powerful tool which can really help us to do the build automations. We can integrate them with the other tools like Jenkins, and we can automate them, we can schedule the builds. So a lot of various advantages we can get with the help of this tool here. It's primarily written in Java, and it can be used to build up various other kind of projects also, like C#, Scala, Ruby, etc. So all these other typical tools can also be built up with the help of this tool. So this tool is primarily used to do the particular development and management of the artifacts in the Java based projects. So for most of the Java based projects nowadays, this is the default tool, and it's already integrated with the Eclipse also. So when you go for a new Maven project, automatically it will be created for a Java project. You can use it for other languages also, but yes, default choice of Java of the Java programming language is Maven build tool only. Now let's talk about the next question. So what does the Maven help with? So Apache Maven helps to manage all the processes such as build process, documentation, release process, distribution, deployment, preparing the artifacts. So all these tasks is being primarily taken care by the Apache Maven. So this tool simplifies the process of project building. It also increases the performance of the project and the overall building process. So all these things are something which is being taken care by the specific Maven tool here. So it also uses the particular, it downloads the jar files of the different dependencies. For example, if your source code is dependent on some of the Apache Web Service jar files or some of the other third-party jar files, in that case, you don't have to download those jar files and keep in some repository or keep it in some lib directory. You just have to mention that dependency in the Maven, and that jar file will be downloaded during the build process and will be cached locally. So that's the biggest advantage which we get with Maven, that you don't have to take care of all these dependencies anywhere into your source code system. So Maven provides easy access to all the required information. It helps the developer to build the projects and without even worrying about the dependencies, processes, or different environments, or different, because it's an kind of tool which can be used in any platform, Linux or Windows. So they don't have to do any kind of conversions. So all they have to do is that they have to just add new dependencies, and that should be updated into the POM file, and depending on that dependencies, the source code will be built up, and they don't have to refer any kind of third-party jar files. So they don't have to play with the class paths during the build process. So no customizations is actually required with this one. Now the next question is that what are the different elements that Maven take care of? So there are different kind of elements which is being taken care by Maven. So these particular elements are builds, dependencies, reports, distribution, releases, and mailing list. So these are the typical different elements which is being taken care by the Maven during the build process and during the preparation of the builds here. So all these things you can they can explore, they can extract on that part, and they can fully understand that how they can work on all these different processes. Now next question is that what is the primary difference between the AND and Maven? First of all, both of them are primarily used for the Java-based project. So AND is the older version, and Maven is something which was launched after the AND here. So AND has no formal conventions which can be coded into the build.xml file there. But yes, the Maven has conventions, so information is not required as such in the pom.xml file there. So AND is procedural, whereas Maven is declarative over here. So AND does not have any kind of life cycle, so it depends on you that how you program the AND there. But Maven is having a lot of life cycles there which we can configure, we can utilize. So the AND related scripts are not reusable because you cannot reuse it, and you have to do some kind of customizations in order to work on that. But yes, Maven is not having much of the project related any kind of dependencies. They can be easily reusable there because there is nothing about the pom.xml file. It's just the artifact name and the dependencies, which is something we can override or we can change, and then the same pom.xml file we can reuse as such for the new project also. So that is where the reusability comes into the picture. Now Ant is a very specific build tool, so we don't have to, there is no plugins as such which is available there. You just have to code everything that what build process you want to prepare. Whereas in case of Maven, we have the concept of plugins which can really help us to understand that how we can make use of these plugins so that we can have the reusability implemented. So these are some of the differences which is available there between the Ant and Maven here. Now next thing is that what exactly is in POM file all about. So POM file is nothing but it's kind of a XML file which is available there, and it's having all the information regarding the project and the configuration details. So it primarily used over here that how the configuration needs to be done and how the setup should be performed as such here. So pom.xml file is the build script which we prepare. You can prepare it using a particular component, or you can have a particular mechanisms, or if you feel that you want to have some kind of setup. So all these things typically can be implemented, can be done with the help of build tools. So build tools can be really helpful for us to do the automations, and it can really help us to understand that how some build processes we can automate with simply with the help of pom.xml file here. So the developers usually put up everything inside these dependencies in the pom.xml file here. So this is the file which is usually present in the home directory, it's in the current directory, so that once the build is triggered, it will be picked up from that directory, and according to the steps, according to the content of the pom.xml file, the build will be processed or will be created here. Now what all included into the POM file here? So the different components which is included into the pom.xml file here is the dependencies, developers and contributors, plugins, plugin configuration, and resources. So these are the typical components which is a part of a pom.xml file, which can be same for a lot of projects. You can do some customization, and then the same POM file can be reused for the other projects also. Now what are the minimum requirement of the elements which is there for a pom.xml file, so without which the pom.xml file will not be validated and will be getting a kind of validation errors. So the minimum required elements are project root, model version, so it should be 4.0.0, the group ID of the project, the artifact ID of the project, and the version of the artifact. These are the minimum things which we want to define, so that we can understand that what kind of artifact we are trying to prepare or we are trying to create here. So these are the minimum required elements which is required in the pom.xml file, without which the validation of the POM file will fail and the build will also fail here. Now what exactly is the meant with the term called build tool? So build tool is an essential tool, is a kind of a process for building or compiling the source code here. So it's needed or it's required for the below generated processes. If you want to generate the source code, if you want to compile the source code, you want to generate the source code, you want to generate some documentation from the source code, you want to compile the source code, or you want to package the source code, whether it's a jar file, it's a var file, or it's a ER file. So whatever the packaging mode you want to select, you will be able to do it with the help of the particular build tool here. And if you feel that you want to upload these particular artifacts to the artifact tree, whether it's on remote machine or locally there, so that also you can do it with the help of this particular build tools here. So build tools can be helpful in doing a lot of activities for the developers. Now what are the different steps which is involved to install Maven on Windows? Now all you have to do is that you have to just first of all download the tar file from the Maven Apache Maven repository there. Once that is done, so what happens that you have to set up some couple of environment variables. Now if you download the Java JDK using the exe file, in that case the java_home will be configured automatically. But if it is not available and you're not able to run the Java command line, in that case you have to set up the java_home. And then similarly for Maven, you have to go for the Maven_home. That particular variable you have to configure. Now once that is done, all you have to do is that you have to edit the path variable. So the bin directory of the Maven extracted folder, you have to put it up into the path variable. And once that is done, what will happen that you will be able to check the latest version, the version of the Maven over there. If it is like some old version, again you have to extract the latest version and do the steps all together again. So these are some of the ways that in which you can actually go for the installation or the configurations of Maven on the Windows platform. Now what are the different steps which is involved for the installation of Maven on Ubuntu? So Ubuntu, it's fine, you just download the package of Java JDK there. Once the JDK is installed over there, what you can do, you can simply go ahead and say that yes, I want to search for a particular Maven package which is available there. So once the JDK is installed, all you have to do is that you have to configure the java_home, m3_home, maven_home, and the path variable. Once all the path variables are something which is configured, then you will be able to check the latest version, like whether it's the version is correct, or we are getting the standard version over here or not over here. So that's the main mechanism that how we will be able to configure the Maven on Ubuntu here. Now what exactly is the command to install the jar into the local repository? Now sometimes what happens that we are not able to fetch, like some dependency is not present on the particular central repository, Maven repository, or your Artifactory repository. In that case, you have some third-party jar which we want to install locally onto your repository. So in that case, we can go for the but we can download the jar file there, and then we can run the command called mvn install -file, and then we are giving the path like -d file, where the path of the file should be provided. Now once that is done, so what will happen that in the local .m2 directory, the specific artifact will be downloaded and will be installed there. So this is a mechanism where you will be able to configure, or you will be able to set up the artifacts locally, the jar file locally here in the local repository. So next question is that how do you know that the version of the Maven being used here? So the version of the Maven is pretty easy to calculate. So all you have to do is that you have to just go for mvn and space -- version. The moment you do that, it will let you know that what JDK or what Java version you are using, and it will also show you that what particular Maven version you're going to use here. So all that details you will be able to get with that particular command here. Now what exactly is the clean, default, and write-in variable here? So these are the build cycles which is available there within Maven. So these are the built-in build cycles. So for clean, what happens that this life cycle will help you to perform the project cleaning. So usually during the build, there are some files which is created into the target directory. So the clean lifecycle is essentially helping us to clean up all that directory, all that particular target directory. And when we talk about the specific default, so default lifecycle handles the project deployment. That is the default lifecycle, and site is something which is helpful for creating the site documentation. It's kind of a life cycle which is available there. So clean, default, and site are the different life cycles which can perform different kind of attributes or different tasks here. Next question, what exactly is a Maven repository? So Maven repository refers to the directories of the package jar files that contain metadata. Now the metadata refers to the POM files relevant to each project. So here you can able to get your artifacts stored there. You can download these artifacts also during the Maven build. If you put up that dependency, there are different kind of repositories which is available there. One is the local repository, one is the remote repository, and one is the central repository. So these are the different typical type of repositories which we have, where we can store the artifacts also, and from where we can download the artifacts also whenever required. Now the first one is the local repository. So local repository refers to the machine of the developers itself, where all the project related files are stored there. Now whenever we work on the particular Maven, so there is in the home directory .m2 folder is created. Now usually whatever the artifacts downloaded from Artifactory or from the Maven repository, it gets cached locally there, and once it is downloaded, next time it will not download the same artifacts or the same dependency altogether again. So this local repository is something which is available locally on the developer's machine only. So it contains all the dependent jars which a particular developer is downloading during the Maven build. Now remote repositories refers to the repository which is present on the server, and from where we will be downloading the particular dependencies. So when we are running the Maven build on a fresh machine, so usually over there the local repository does not exist. So in that case, what happens that the .m2 directory is empty. But the moment you run the build, what will happen that the artifacts or the dependencies will be downloaded from the remote repository, and once it is done, once it's downloaded, it will be added, or it will be downloaded cached locally there, and it will be helpful in the future run. So that will be considered as a local repository, because all the artifacts, all the dependencies are downloaded there. And central repository is something which is known as the Maven community, where all the artifacts is available there. So usually we cache or we mirror these central repositories as our particular remote repositories, because it could be a possibility that these remote repositories are something which we are hosting into our organization, and central repository is something which is available centrally for everyone to use it. So These are something, some kind of repositories where each and every artifacts will be stored, and anyone will be able to have the access to these particular artifacts here. So these artifacts are every open source artifacts is something which is available over there to these central repository. Now, how does the Maven architecture really work here? So the Maven architecture really works in the 3 steps. The very first step is that it reads the pom.xml file here. That's the very first step. Second, it downloads the dependencies defined in the pom.xml file into the local repository from the central or the remote repository here. Once that is done, so it will create or generate the reports according to the life cycles which you have configured, whether it's a clean, install, cite, deploy, package, or whatever the life cycle you want to trigger. You will be triggering that particular life cycle, and corresponding to that the build or a specific task will be performed. So these are the 3 steps in which the overall build or any kind of execution of pom.xml file really happens here. Now, what exactly is the Maven build lifecycle? So Maven lifecycle isn't nothing but collection of steps here that needs to be followed for doing a proper build of a project here. So there are primarily 3 built-in cycles which is available there. Default, which handles the project deployment; clean, which handles the project cleaning there; and cite, which handles the creation of the project sites documentation. So these are the 3 primary built-in build cycles, life cycles, which is available as such. Now, so build lifecycle has different kind of phases or the stages here, because in the previous particular slide we were talking about what are the different particular build life cycles which is available there. But these are the different phases, like what are the different step-by-steps executions, like further deep down, which is available there inside a specific Maven build lifecycle. So here you can see that it's compile, then the test compile, test execution is there, then package, integration test, verify, install, and the lastly deploy here. So these are the different build phases which is available as such over here. So what exactly is the command to use to do a particular Maven site? So mvn site is something which is used to create a Maven site here. Now usually whatever the artifacts is prepared, that will be prepared in the target directory. So here also you will be able to see a site directory which is available there in the target directory, which you can refer for the site documentations. What is the different conventions used while naming a project in Maven? So usually it involves 3 components. So the full name of a project in Maven includes, first of all, the group ID. For example, com.apache, com.example. So these are some of the particular way that where you can provide the group ID. Artifact ID can be exact project name like Maven project or whatever the project you are creating. So sample project, example project. So these kind of things will be there in the artifact ID. And lastly is the version, like which version of your artifact you want to prepare, like 1.0.0 snapshot, 2.0.0. So like this information you are providing, that what particular version you are trying to configure here. Now let's move on to the intermediate level, where we will be having a little bit more complex questions related to the Maven here. Now what exactly is a Maven artifact? Now usually what happens that when we do a build process, as an end of result of the build process, we will get some artifacts. For example, when we build a .NET project, so there we will be able to have a exe or DLL files as an artifacts. Similarly, in case of Maven, when we do a build process, there we get the different kind of artifacts, like depending on the packaging mode, like jar file, var files, or the ER files here. So these are something which is getting generated during the build process, during the Maven process, and you can store them into your local repository, or you want to push them to the remote repository. It's something that totally depends on you. So Maven is a tool which can help you to create all the artifacts, whether it's a jar file, whether it's a var files, or whether it's a ER file here. And every artifact is having 3 attributes. The first one is the group ID, the artifact ID, and a particular version. And that's how you will be able to identify a full-fledged artifact as such in Maven. So Maven is not about only the name of the jar file. It's actually referring to the attributes like group ID, the artifact ID, and the version of the artifact here. Now, what are the different phases of the clean lifecycle here? So clean is something which is being used to clean the target directory so that a fresh build can be triggered there. So there are 3 steps: pre-clean, clean, and post-clean here. So if you wish that you want to override the particular lifecycle configurations and you want to run some particular steps before the clean activity, so you can do it into the pre-clean, and if you want to do it like some steps after clean, then post-clean can be utilized. Now, what are the different phases of the site lifecycle? So pre-site, site, post-site, and site deploy. So these are the different phases which is available there in the site lifecycle. What is exactly we meant by the Maven plugin? Now, this is the huge difference between the Ant and Maven here, because in Ant we were not having that much support of the plugins, and that's the reason why we had to deal with all the build configurations. So we have to simply put the overall build process, that how the build should be triggered, but that is not something which is there in case of Maven. In Maven we have a lot of flexibility, because we can actually put up what exactly build configurations we want to put here. We can put some features like important features over here in Maven, and these plugins we can utilize. For example, I want to perform a compilation. Now, I don't really want to do any kind of configurations in this one. So what I can do is that I can simply use the compilation plugin in Maven, and that can really help me, because I don't have to unnecessarily write or rewrite the configuration that how the compilation should be done. It's something which is pre-configured or pre-written in these plugins, that I can simply import the plugin and I can do the build process or the compilation process in a pretty standard mode. So I don't really have to do any kind of workarounds with that, and simply with a small automations I will be able to reach that how these Maven plugins can be integrated into my .xml file, and I can desire or I can have some particular procedures and some steps executed there. So that's the biggest benefit which we really get with the help of Maven plugins. Now, why exactly the Maven plugins are utilized? So to create a jar files, to create the var files, to compile the code files, to perform the unit testing, to create the project documentation, and to create the project reports. So there are a variety of things in which we can actually use these Maven plugins through the integrations within the .xml file there. So it's all about the plugins. You just import the plugin and that desired activity will be performed there. Now, what are the different type of plugins which is there? So you can have either a build projects. For performing the build activities, you can have some build plugins. For reporting plugins also there, which can be only generated or utilized to generate the reports, to process the reports, and do any kind of formatting or any kind of processing on the reports here. So that is where the reporting plugins are utilized. Now, what is exactly the difference between the convention and the configuration in Maven? So convention is in particular process when the developers are not required to create the build processes. So configuration is when the developers are supposed to create the build processes. So the users do not have to rectify the configuration in detail, and once the project is created, it will automatically create a structure. So they must specify every in case of configuration you have to provide each and every details. So that's how the configurations really happens, because you have to put every detail into the .xml file, and that's how the particular configurations really work as such. So this is the huge difference between the conventions and the configurations here. Now, so why exactly is said that Maven uses conventions over the configurations? Maven pretty much does not put any efforts like on the particular developers that they have to put each and every configuration. So there are some ready-made plugins which is available there, and pretty much we are making use of that, so that in such a case we don't have to worry about the executions, and we will be able to pretty much work on that. So conventions, like Maven uses the conventions instead of the configurations, so the developers they don't just have to create the Maven project, the rest of the particular structure will be taken care automatically. So they are not expecting that the developers should be doing the configuration work, and everything should be taken care in such a way that you just have to start the things, and rest of the things should be taken care by the Maven itself. So Maven will be responsible, because due to the plugins, it will be responsible to set up the default architecture, the default folder structures, and all you have to do is that you have to just place the source code in the desired folder structure here. So that's something which you need to do as on particular developers. So what exactly is the Maven order of inheritance here? So the order of inheritance is the settings, CLI parameters, parent POM, and the project POM, which means that if you have some configuration and settings, that will be the highest value. Then the CLI parameters are there, then the parent POM is there, and then the project POM. So this is the way that how the particular parameters or the configurations will be picked up by the Maven. So that's the order. So what does the build life cycles and the phases imply in the basic concept of Maven? So build life cycles consist of a sequence of build phases, and each build phase consists of a sequence of goals. When a phase is run, all the goals related to that phase and its plugins are also compiled. So you will be able to have a lot of particular goals which is residing inside a phase there. And similarly, lifecycle is nothing but a kind of a sequence of the different phase. So lifecycle comes in the top, then it comes on the phases, and then it comes on the goals here. Now, what is the terminology called goal in case of Maven? The term terminology goal refers to the specific task that makes it possible for the project to be built and organized. So it's something which we can run. So it's the actual implementation which is going on there. For example, in the build process, in the build phase, I have a different goals like clean, install, package, deploy. These are the different typical goals which is available there, which I can execute into the Maven here. So these are the different goals like which we can execute and which we can run during a Maven build. Next question is, what is exactly meant by the term dependencies and the repositories in Maven here? So dependencies refer to the Java libraries which we usually put up into the pound.xml file there. Now what happens that sometimes our source code is requiring some Java files like a secondary Java files for performing the build process. So instead of downloading it and storing it into the class path for during the build process, we just have to specify the dependency of that artifact, what dependency we need to put, and once that dependency is put up there, we will be able to have that jar file downloaded and cached into the local repository during the Maven build project. Now if the dependencies are not present in your local repository, then Maven will try to download it from the central repository, and again if it is not it's something which is available, which is downloaded from the central repository, then it will be cached locally into the local repository. So that's the cycle which is being implemented and utilized during this process. Now what exactly is a snapshot in Maven? So snapshot refers to the version already available in the Maven report repository. It signifies the latest development copy. That's what we do with the case of snapshot here. So Maven checks for a new version of snapshot in the remote repository for every new build. So during the build process, like a new snapshot version is being downloaded, and the snapshot is updated by the data service team, which with updated source code every time to the repository for each Maven build. So snapshot is something which we will be using like very frequently. We will be updating to that, and frequently we will be updating the version to that, and we will try to explore and we'll try to do the modifications. Now what are the different type of projects available in Maven? So there are thousands of Java projects which can be utilized or can be implemented by Maven here. So this helps the as the user that they no longer have to remember every configurations to set up a particular project. For example, Spring Boot, Spring MVC, Spring Boot, etc. These are the different projects which is already available in Maven. So most of the we have already discussed that for the Java based projects, Maven is something which is considered as by default. So a lot of organizations are actually using it for storing or utilizing it for the particular Maven project. Now what exactly is the Maven archetype over here? So Maven archetype refers to a Maven plugin that is entitled to create a project structure as per its template. These archetypes are just project templates that are generated by Maven when any new project is created there. So this is something which we are using so that we will be able to create a fresh new projects. Right. So let's go on to the advanced level of this Maven questions. Now what exactly is the command to create a new project based on an archetype type? So MVN archetype generate is used to create a new Java project based on the archetype. Now this will take up some parameters from as an end user from you, and depending on that parameters, it will create the pom.xml file, it will create the source directories, inside that main, Java, test, all these different couple of directory structures will be automatically created. Now why we require this command? So that if you are going to create a project from scratch from the day one, this command will help you to have all the folder structures created, and then further on you can put up your source code and those files as such in this folder structure. So that's how is the mechanism that where we will be able to see that how the setup can be performed really over here. Now, what does Maven Clean implies? Now, Maven Clean is a plugin that suggests that it's going to clean the files and directories there. So whenever we do a build process, usually in the target directory, we have some class files, some jar files, or whatever the generated source code which is available, that will be present in the target directory. So the Maven Clean is something which is available, which is going to clean all these directories. And why we are doing this directory structure cleanup? So that we will be able to do a fresh build process, and there should not be any kind of issues as such over here. So that's the main reason why we are looking forward for this particular mechanism or for this particular changes as such here. Now, so what exactly is a build profile all about? So build profiles refers to the set of configurations where we can have like typically two different kind of build processes there. So if you feel that the same pom.xml file you can you want to run for different particular configurations, so that you will be able to do pretty much with the help of this component. So build profile is used to do a customization processes so that you will be able to have the process and you will be able to perform the configurations and the setups all together there. So that's a very important aspect to be considered, that which we need to discuss when we talk about the build profile. So build profile, whenever you feel that you want to do some customizations and you want to proceed with the setup, so that's where it's utilized. Next thing is that what are different type of build profiles which is available there. So the build profiles can be done on for a particular project, like per project you can do. You can even do the build profiles in the settings.xml file also, and if you feel that you want to do it into the global settings.xml file, so that also you can do as such over here. So there are different ways in which you can do the customization, and once the customization is done, you will be able to have the different ways of doing the setups and the configurations over there. So what exactly is meant by the particular system dependencies here? So let's talk about that also. So system dependencies refers to the particular mechanisms where we feel that how the dependencies should be present there. So that is something which is having a scope of system there. So these dependencies are commonly used to help Maven know the dependencies that is being provided by the JDK. System dependencies are mostly used to resolve the dependencies on the artifacts that are provided by the JDK. So these dependencies are somewhat which is being utilized and used over here, so that we will be able to implement and go ahead through the system dependencies. What is the reason for using an optional dependency here? So optional dependencies are used to decrease the transitive burden of some libraries. So what happens that when you download an artifact, when you put up a dependency, so it could be a possibility that some dependencies as in particular optional can also be downloaded. Now these are not always required, but yes, sometimes what happens that these are downloaded so that you don't have to put each and every artifact or dependency into the pom.xml file. For example, you're trying to download some Apache tool, and with that some like 3-4 jar files or 3-4 another dependencies are also getting downloaded. Now if you are using that dependencies, that totally great, because you don't have to put that list or that entry in the dependency list in the pom.xml file, and that can really save your time. But if you feel that you don't want to have them and these are the optional ones and you really want to get rid of that, so that also you can exclude while downloading any kind of dependency. So these are the optional ones which, depending on your requirement, you can utilize, you can process, and if you feel that you don't want to get it, you won't want to process it, you can simply ignore it and you can get rid of that also. Now what is a dependency scope and how many type of dependency scope are there? So there are different type of dependency scopes which is there, which is used on each and every stage of the build here. So compile, provided, runtime, test, system, import. These are the different kind of dependency scopes which we have, using which we can define that when exactly we want to go ahead for a specific build process. So depending on your requirement, you can explore all these build scopes and you can get benefits out of that. What is exactly a transitive dependency in Maven? So Maven avoids the need to find out and specify libraries that our own dependencies require by including the transitive dependencies automatically. So transitive dependencies says that if X depends on Y and Y depends on Z, then X depends on Y and both there. So which means that you are not dependent on one artifact, you also need the Z artifact there with the Y artifact. So that is what you need to do so that you will get both the dependencies there, because this is normal that if you are trying to download some particular artifacts or download some dependency, and that dependency is also dependent on some other artifact or some other jar file, then you have to include both of them. So this is something which you will be able to get so that you can easily download all these dependent jar files also, and the Maven build can be success. How can a Maven build profile can be activated? So Maven build profile can be activated through different ways. So explicitly using the command line, you can talk about that which profile you want to execute. Through Maven settings, you can do based on environment parameters, OS settings, and present and missing files. So these are the different ways in which you can actually activate that which particular profile you want to have. So profiles configurations can also be saved in various situations and various files, and from there you will be able to refer that which file you want to refer as such. Now, what is meant by the dependency exclusion? The exclusion is used to exclude any transitive dependency, because you never know that if you are trying to put up a dependency entry in the Pound XML file, that artifact is also further dependent on another artifact. So in order to see that you want to exclude that dependent artifact which is being automatically downloaded, that also we can exclude with the help of exclusion. So you can avoid the transitive dependency with the help of dependency exclusions here. So what exactly is in Mojo? So Mojo is nothing but Maven plain old Java object here. So it's an executable goal in Maven, and a plugin refer to the distribution of such Mojos. So Mojos enable the Maven to extend its functionality that already is not founded in it. So it's kind of an extension which is there, and using this we can get some additional benefits and some executions over there. So what is the command to create a new project based on a hard drive? So again, archetype is something which we normally use to create the new projects. Now you can give the parameters in the command itself, or you want it to in kind of an interactive mode where it will take the parameters from the end user, and according to that the project will be created onto hard drive or onto server, wherever you wish you want to create, you can create a new project. So explain about the Maven settings.xml file. So Maven settings.xml file contains the elements that are used to define that how the Maven execution should be there. So there are different settings like local, remote, central, all these different repositories are configured as such over here. Now in this case, what happens that usually the configurations are done in such a way that it can go for the executions, it can go for the build process, and the complete executions can be involved and can be achieved as such here. So all these executions are something which we can really perform, and here we can put some credentials, how to connect to the remote repository, how to connect to remote repository. All that stuff is something which we talk about over here. What exactly is meant by term super POM here? So super POM refers to the default POM of Maven. So the POMs of Maven can derive from, so it's nothing but a reference to a parent POM which is available there, that is a super POM. So if you define some dependencies in that super POM, automatically the child POM will also be able to inherit all those dependencies. So we can put some executions, like we can put some configuration in the super POM, so that if multiple projects are going to refer that, they should be able to refer that easily. So that's the reason why we primarily use the super POM, so that we can have the execution, some processes put it up over there, and all the other projects should be able to refer or inherit from there. So where exactly the dependencies are stored? So dependencies are stored like in different locations, like you have the local repository, remote repository is there. Local repository is on the local developer's machine, and remote repository is something which is available on a server in form of Artifactory.
Jenkins is a popular DevOps open source automation server. It is used to automate the non-human part of software development and supports continuous integration and continuous delivery. Jenkins is a server-based system that runs in servlet containers such as Apache Tomcat. We have compiled the most important Jenkins interview questions that you might face in a Jenkins or DevOps interview. So without further ado, let us get started with Jenkins interview questions and answers.
So the first question you'll be asked about with Jenkins is explain a master-slave architecture of Jenkins. So the way that Jenkins is set up is that the Jenkins master will pull code from your remote Git repository such as GitHub and will check that repository every time there is a code commit. It will distribute the workload of that code and the tests that need to be applied to that code to all of the Jenkins slaves. And then on request, the Jenkins master and the slaves will then carry out all the builds and tests to be able to produce test reports. The next question you'll be asked is, what is a Jenkins file? And simply put, a Jenkins file is a text file that has a definition of the Jenkins pipeline and is checked into a source code repository. And this really allows for three distinct things to happen. One, it allows for a code review and iteration of the pipeline. It permits an audit trail for that pipeline, and also provides a single source of truth for the pipeline, which can be viewed and edited. So which of the following commands runs Jenkins from the command line? Is it java-jar jenkins.war, java-war jenkins.jar, java-jar jenkins.jar, java-war jenkins.war? And the answer is A, java-jar jenkins.war. So when working with Jenkins, you're going to be asked what are the key concepts and aspects of working with a Jenkins pipeline. And you want to really hold out your fingers here and go through 4 key areas, and that is pipeline, node, step, and stage. So pipeline refers to the user-defined model of a CD continuous delivery pipeline. Node are the machines which are part of that Jenkins environment within the pipeline. Step is a single task that tells Jenkins what to do at that particular point in time. And then finally, stage defines a conceptually distinct subset of tasks performed through the entire pipeline. And tasks could be build, test, and deploy. So which of the following file is used to define dependency in Maven? And do we have A, build.xml, B, pom.xml, C, dependency.xml, or D, version.xml? And the answer is pom.xml. Working with Jenkins, you're going to be asked to explain the 2 types of pipeline used in Jenkins along with the syntax. And so a scripted pipeline is based on GroovyScript as their domain-specific language for Jenkins. And there are 1 or more node blocks that are used throughout the entire pipeline. On the left-hand side, you can actually see what the actual script would look like, and the right-hand side shows what the actual declaration for each section of that script would be. The second type of Jenkins pipeline is a declarative pipeline. And a declarative pipeline provides a simple and a friendly syntax to define what the pipeline should look like. And then you can actually, at this point, use an example to actually break out how blocks are used to define the work completed in a declarative pipeline. So how do you create a copy and backup of Jenkins? Well, to create a backup, periodically back up Jenkins to your Jenkins home directory, and then create a copy of that directory. It's really as simple as that. A question you'll be asked as well is, how can you copy Jenkins from one server to another? Well, there are 3 ways to do that. One is you can move a job from one installation of Jenkins to another by copying the corresponding job directory. The second would be to create a copy of an existing job directory and making a clone of that job directory but with a different name. And the third is to rename an existing job by renaming a directory. So security is fundamental to all the work that we do within DevOps, and Jenkins provides the center core to all the work that gets completed within a DevOps environment. There are 3 ways in which you can apply security to authenticate users effectively. And when you are asked about this question of security within Jenkins, the 3 responses you want to be able to provide is A, Jenkins has its own internal database that uses secured user data and user credentials. B is you can use a LDAP or lightweight directory access protocol server to be able to authenticate Jenkins users. Or C, you can actually configure Jenkins to authenticate by using such as OAuth, which is a more modern method of being able to authenticate users. you're going to be asked how to deploy a custom build of a core plugin within Jenkins. And essentially, the 4 steps that you want to go through are, first of all, copying the .hpi plugin file into the Jenkins home plugins subdirectory. You want to remove the plugin's development directory if there is one. You want to create an empty file called plugin.hpi.pinned. And once you've completed these 3 steps, restart Jenkins and your custom build plugin should be available. How can you temporarily turn off Jenkins security if the administrative user has locked themselves out of the admin console? Well, this doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's good to know how you can actually get into Jenkins and be able to resolve the problems of authenticating effectively into the system as an administrator. So when you want to be able to get into a Jenkins environment, what you want to be able to do is locate the config file. You should see that it's set to true, which allows for security to be enabled. If you then change the user security setting to false, security will be disabled, allowing you to make your administrative changes and will not be re-enabled until the next time Jenkins is restarted. So what are the ways in which a build can be scheduled and run in Jenkins? Well, there are 4 ways in which you can identify the way a build can be scheduled or run in Jenkins. The first is when source code management commits new code into the repository. You can run Jenkins at that point. The second can be after the completion of other builds. So maybe you have multiple builds in your project that are dependent to each other, and when so many other builds have been executed, then you can have Jenkins run. You can schedule builds to run at a specified time. So you may have nightly builds of your code that illustrate the changes in the solution you're building. And then finally, you also can manually build an environment on request. Occasionally, you will want to also restart Jenkins. And so it's good that when a question around how do you restart Jenkins manually comes up, that you have the answers. And there are 2 ways in which you can do it. One is you can force a restart without waiting for builds to complete by using the Jenkins URL that you have for your environment /restart, or you can allow all running builds to complete before restart are required, in which case you would use the command of the URL for your Jenkins environment /safe restart.
Hey guys, welcome to a session on Selenium interview questions by Simplilearn. In this video, we will look at most commonly asked questions in the interview and some guidelines on how to answer them. Nowadays, automation tool and especially the Selenium skills is a very key requirement for an QA engineer or even an automation engineer jobs. So if you're on the outlook of automation engineer or a QA engineer positions, I'm sure this question bank will definitely help you prepare for your interview. So this video consists of 3 parts, basically 3 different levels of set of questions. One is the beginner level, second is the intermediate level, and then the advanced level questions. And each level has a set of 10 most probable questions which you might be asked in the interview. So let's begin with the beginner level questions. Question 1. What are Selenium suite components? So Selenium is a set of tools and libraries to facilitate automation on web applications. You already know this. It is not a single tool. So what are those components which are comprised in the Selenium? So Selenium comes with 4 major components. The first one is the IDE. IDE happens to be the most simplest tool in the whole suite of Selenium. It is nothing but an integrated development environment which has a record and playback functionality. This was earlier available as only Firefox plugin. However, you need to know that the new version of Selenium IDE is available as a Chrome extension as well as a Firefox plugin. So that means you can either use any of the browsers, that is Firefox or the Chrome, for recording your test scripts. Also, you should also know that the new IDE comes with many new features, and now this new IDE has become more powerful than what was available earlier. So some of these new features are like reusability of your test cases. It comes with a better debugger now, and most importantly, it supports parallel test execution. And how does it do that? It has a utility called Selenium Siderunner. That's about Selenium IDE. The next component is the Selenium Remote Control. So Selenium Remote Control, or popularly called as Selenium RC, is used to write web application tests in different programming languages. It supports multiple programming languages like Java, C#, Perl, Python, Ruby, and PHP. It is nothing but it's a server which interacts with your browser using a simple HTTP GET and POST request for communication. Selenium RC is also called as Selenium 1.0 version or Selenium Core. Third component, Selenium WebDriver. It is a programming interface to run your test cases. And WebDriver was introduced by Simon Stewart in 2006. And this was introduced to overcome some of the limitations of Selenium RC. So RC's architecture was very complex because it required an additional server in its setup. And why was that additional server? For communicating with the browser. And what WebDriver did was it removed this dependency completely. WebDriver interacts directly with the browser and also makes your test cases run much faster than your RC. The last component, the Selenium Grid, a very important tool. This is used to run multiple test scripts on multiple machines at the same time. Now with the Selenium WebDriver, you can only do sequential execution. But in real-time environment, you always have the need to run test cases in a distributed environment. So this grid allows parallel execution of tests on different browsers as well as different operating systems. So the design is in such a way that commands are distributed on multiple machines where you want to run the test and they are executed simultaneously. This uses a simple hub and node concept where hub controls the all execution of your test cases on the nodes. And this is how we achieve parallel execution. And what is the major advantage of having this grid? It is to reduce your overall test execution time. Question 2. What are the limitations of Selenium? Now, like any other tool, Selenium also has certain limitations. So when you're answering this question, you will also be expected to talk about what is the workaround available for all these limitations. So let's look at them one by one. No reliable text support. Of course, Selenium is an open source. So if you look at it, you do not have much technical support available. However, there are loads of documentation available. There are forums available which you can refer to. SeleniumHQ.org is the website, is your Bible if you're working with the Selenium. And then there are a lot of Selenium Google groups and the forums which are available for any kind of support. So Selenium has been there for quite some time. So it's one of the most mature tool available today. So even though we do not have a technical support available, there is enough documentation available on the internet. The second limitation, Selenium can test only web application. Selenium is an open source tool that is designed to automate web-based applications on different browsers. But it cannot handle Windows GUI or non-HTML pop-ups in the application. Now, what is the workaround available for that? Selenium provides a support for integrating other tools like AutoIt. So AutoIt is a tool for handling your Windows-based activity. Selenium also cannot automate mobile applications. But then what is available with that? It can integrate a tool called APM tool, which is a mobile automation tool. The third limitation, limited support for image testing. Selenium is a de facto tool for functional web application tests. So standard API allows interacting only with the browser, and it's hard to test the images based applications using Selenium. What is the other tool available? Sql is a very good tool to use for image testing. And this again, you can integrate Sql with Selenium. That's how you can achieve your image testing through Selenium, but using the Sql tool. No built-in reporting facility. So Selenium does not have any reporting capability as such. Of course, it does provide a very limited reporting capability where some basic reports are created. But definitely when you're working in a framework, you need a better support for good reporting tools. So that way, Selenium supports some of the tools like TestNG, ReportNG, and Extend Reports, using which you can integrate these tools with Selenium and generate beautiful reports. Limited test management. Selenium does not provide any test tool integration with test management tools. May require knowledge of programming languages. So since Selenium supports multiple programming languages, the developer of the test automation will require to have some basic knowledge of any of the supported programming language. Why? One, in order to write your effective automation scripts. And of course, because Selenium tool, you want to use it at its full potential. Question 3. What are the testing types supported by Selenium? So Selenium supports regression testing and functional testing. These can be called as a very high level categories. So what is regression testing? Regression testing is a full or partial selection of already executed test cases which are re-executed to ensure your existing functionality does not break. So let's look at what are these attributes of regression testing and why we say that Selenium helps us in doing regression testing. So regression tests are run every time a new fix has been received or a new feature has been deployed. So that is called as retesting. You can always select a full suite or select a test to test a fix or a complete product. So your selection can be based on recently added features, a test area where most defects are there, or integration areas, or even end-to-end kind of tests. You can also prioritize your test cases based on critical functionalities and business impact of these test cases according to the priority set. So all this can be done using Selenium. Now, what is the second category of the testing which it supports? Functional testing. So functional testing includes what? Your smoke test, sanity test, say install test, database test, basically any kind of functionality which you're going to test. And if you look at the kind of steps which are involved in that, it involves identification of your test inputs, expected outputs or the results, the test case logic itself and the assertions. So a typical flow will be you identify your test inputs first, then you derive your test outcomes or the expected outputs, you design and execute your test cases, and then assert on the expected versus actual outcomes. Question 4. What are Selenium 2.0 and 3.0 versions? So Selenium was introduced by a gentleman called Jason Huggins way back in 2004. And that was Selenium version. Since then, this tool has gone through multiple changes to make it better and better. So if Selenium 2.0 version had a major change, it took a leap forward in terms of browser automation. The Selenium RC, the remote control, had a disadvantage of having the need of an additional server to talk to the web browsers. And because of this, the text execution was much slower and the architecture itself became very complex. So if you look at this Selenium 2, it had two components, a successor to RC and the RC itself, which is called as your core. So this successor was nothing but your WebDriver API. So WebDriver APIs made it easier to write your automation scripts for any browser by simply using a suitable driver for any browser which you want to run the tests on. Apart from these two components, the Selenium 2.0 version also had the IDE and the grid components. So in summary, if you look at it, Selenium 2.0 version has an IDE, it has Selenium RC, which was on its way of deprecation, WebDriver API, which was just introduced in there, a very earlier version of WebDriver API, and the grid. So what did Selenium 3.0 consist? So Selenium 3.0 RC was completely eliminated now because in 2.0 it was already on its path of deprecation, and WebDriver replaced RC completely. So if you look at the components of 3.0, we have IDE, we have a WebDriver and grid as the major components. So now with this introduction of WebDriver, a full-fledged WebDriver, Selenium became the most powerful tool for web application automation. Question 5, a very important question. What is same origin policy and how is it handled? Now, same origin policy is a security IT feature. So it is a very important concept in web application security model. And what is this? According to this policy, a web browser allows scripts from one web page to access the contents of another web page, provided both these pages are on the same origin. Now, what does origin mean? Origin is nothing but a combination of your URL schema, the host number, and the port number. It's basically your domain. Now, if such question is asked, how are you going to explain it? So let's say you have a JavaScript program which runs in a certain domain, say google.com. Okay, so this program can access all the programs which are from the same origin. Now origin here is what? Google.com. So for example, you can access other pages like your Google Drive, your Google email, or your Google Calendar. However, now if you use the same JavaScript, right? So if you use the same script from the google.com to access another page or an element in a different domain, say yahoo.com, then the security model of the web application itself prohibits you to do so. So what happens because of that is you are limited with access only to those elements and pages which are in the same domain. But now look at a case that you want to run your test on multiple servers and you might also want to access multiple domains. So due to the same origin policy, you will not be able to do so. And this became a major limitation with a very early Selenium tool. So how was this handled? So this got handled by Paul Heyman, who created the Selenium remote control. So he created a Selenium remote control server to trick the browser in believing that the Selenium core and the web application under test actually came from the same domain. And this is how the same origin policy was handled. And this Selenium RC, which is Selenium remote control, became the version 1 of Selenium. Question 6. What is Selenium and how is it classified? Selenium commands for Selenium ID are often called as Selenium. They are a set of commands that run your test, and sequence of this command is called as a test script. Now these commands are categorized into 3 major categories. One is the action command. Now action commands are the commands that generally manipulate the state of your application. For example, they can do things like click on this link or select a particular option, open a URL, type certain text into an input box, click or double click on any web element, and so on. So these are called as action commands. The second set of commands is the accessors. Now accessors examine the state of the application and store the results in a variable. So it basically allows the user to store certain values to a user-defined variable. For example, if I want to store the page title of a web page, I can do that by defining a user-defined variable. And then these stored values can be later used to create your assertions or verifications in your test. Now, few examples of such commands are, you can just use a store, S-T-O-R-E, or a store text, store title, or a store value. So these are some of the accessor commands. The third category is the assertions. Assertions are like your accessors, but they verify the state of your application and conforms to what is expected. So basically it is a comparison of your actual versus expected results. There are 2 types of assertions available. One is the soft assertions and the hard assertions. An example of a soft assertion can be verify title, wherein you verify the title, check whether the expected and the actual outcomes are the same, and continue with your test case. Now, whereas an hard assertion is you do an assert title using the command assert title, and if at all the assertion fails, the test case stops from executing. Question 7. Mention the types of web locator. What is web locator? A locator is a command that tells the Selenium which UI element you want to operate on. Selenium uses locators to find and match the elements of your web page which it needs to interact with. And there are around 8 locating techniques in Selenium. The first one is by ID. Now this is the most common way of locating elements. Why? Since the IDs are supposed to be unique for each element. The IDs can also be dynamic in nature. So you can identify them by inspecting the attributes of the web element. So let's look at an example. So if we go to a Facebook, right? So if you go to the Facebook and say if I want to identify this element email. So if you look at this highlighted text here, it has a unique ID which is email. So if I'm going to operate on this particular element email, I can directly use the ID locating technique. Link text and the partial link text. So this type of locator applies only to the hyperlink text. So we access the link by using this locator which needs the hyperlink text to be provided. So for link text, you can give a complete text in the link text. Or let's look at an example of that. So if we go to say one of the e-commerce site, which is say amazon.in, and say you want to click on this today's deal link. So if you look here in amazon.in, there are a lot of hyperlinks available here. And if you have to take an example, say we want to click on the today's deal. Now if you inspect this element, you will see that it has an anchor tag A, it has an associated href link here, and also it has a text which says today's deal, right? Which is what is displayed on your web page. Now similarly, there is also a link available here called customer service. So if you inspect that customer service, it also has something similar what the today's deal had. It has an anchor tab, it has an href link, and it has a long text which says customer service, which is what is displayed. Now if you have to use your web locator, which is a link text, you need to provide the complete text which is displayed on your web page. And there is another way of using the link text by saying partial link text, where you can just give a partial text which can be matched against the complete text of your link. And this is how you can use your partial link text or the link text. The next ID is by name. So locating elements by name is very similar to locating by ID. Just that your attribute, instead of using an ID, you're going to use name in this case. Now if you look at the same example of say Facebook, we identified this email element using its ID. You can also locate the same element by using the name attribute, which is also unique in this case, which has a value called email. Tag name, that's the next identifier. So locate element using tag name of the element. Now say if you want to identify all the elements on your web page which are of type button. So that you can do by using the tag name as button there. For example, again on your Facebook page, I know that there is a single button here which is of type button and which has a tag as button. And this is the only button which is available on this page. So if I want to access this particular element, I can simply use a locator technique called tag, which is button in this case. Next locator, class name. So locate an element using its class name attribute. So you can use this identifier only if you find that a class name is unique for a web element which you want to work with. Class names are sometimes unique. A web element can also have multiple class names, or even you will find some elements which has no class name. So depending on what is available in the attributes, you can use this class name for identification. So example the shown on your screen here where it says find element by class name input text. Basically this is going to list out all elements on your web page which has a class name called input text. The next identifier is by XPath. Now XPath is a language used when locating XML nodes. What is XML? Extendable Markup Language. It can access almost any element, even those without any class names or even ID attributes. So whenever you do not find a unique attribute for ID, name or class name, you can construct an XPath to create a unique identifier for that particular element. Now, for example, on this Facebook page, if you observe here, there is a label here called create an account. So if you inspect this particular label, it has no attributes other than a tag called spam. So if you want to identify this particular element and say display it, this is one of the ways to do it is through XPath. CSS selector. So CSS selector are string patterns used to identify an element based on the combination of either the HTML tag, ID, class or any other attributes. Locating by CSS selector is little more complicated than any of the previous method. However, the advantage is CSS selectors work much faster than the XPath. The performance of your test scripts is much better when you use CSS selector than any other locating technique. Now again, as an example, if you see the Facebook again, you can identify the same email here, right? I used an ID here or a name attribute here to identify it. So assume that if you did not have any of those things, or if you want to use a CSS selector here, you can still do that by using this syntax. This is how you use the CSS selector to identify an element. Question 8. What are the types of weights supported by WebDriver? Now, before even you answer this question, you should know why do we need weights. In Selenium, weights play a very important role in executing test cases. Most of the web applications are developed using Ajax and JavaScripts. So when a page is loaded by the browser, the elements which you want to interact may load at a different time intervals. Not only this makes it difficult to identify the elements, but also if the element is not located, it will start throwing element not visible exception. And how do we resolve this? By using the weights. So there are 3 different kind of weights available in Selenium. First one is the implicit weight. The implicit wait tells the browser or your web driver to wait for a certain amount of time before it can throw a no such element exception. Now the default setting is 0 for this. Once we set a time, what web driver does it will wait for that time. Say if you have mentioned 10 seconds, it will wait for 10 seconds until it finds the element, and even in the 10 seconds it is unable to find that element. Only after that it throws an exception. Now what is the syntax of this? Implicit wait is, this is the syntax of this, where you use driver.manage timeouts, implicit wait, and there is a timeout value, say 10 seconds, and the unit, whether it's in minutes, seconds, or milliseconds is what you can mention. Implicit wait is applied globally to all the elements, which means it is available for all the web elements throughout the driver instance. Implicit wait is defined only once and it will remain same throughout the driver object instance. Now let's see what explicit wait is. So explicit wait is used to tell the web driver to wait for certain conditions before throwing an element not visible exception. It is defined to wait for certain expected conditions only. Now these expected conditions can check whether the element is displayed on the web page or not, or can be clicked or not. So any kind of conditions you can mention there. So these are called as conditional waits, and they are applied on a web element, on a single web element, unlike the implicit wait, which was kind of applied globally to all elements. It is definitely recommended to use this explicit wait when your elements are taking longer time to load, and also for verifying the property of the elements, like say visibility of the element located, element to be clickable, or element to be selected. Then we have fluent wait. Now fluent wait is used to tell the WebDriver to wait for a condition that is very similar to the explicit wait, as well as a frequency with which we want to keep checking the condition before throwing the not visible exception. So fluent wait is used to define the maximum amount of time you want the WebDriver to wait for a condition. Then if you look in the syntax, then there is polling every second. So polling every, and you give a timeout. This could be like 5 seconds. So start polling to see whether the web element is available or not. Say once in 3 seconds, once in 4 seconds, depending on your use case. And then dot ignoring. So you can also try to ignore specific type of exceptions while waiting. Now for example, such as no such element exception, which is sometimes thrown when searching for an element on the page. So you can mention even that here. So fluent wait takes two parameters. One is the timeout value and the polling frequency. So when we have web elements which sometimes are visible after a few seconds, or sometimes it takes more time than usual, like we have Ajax applications as an example, we can set a default polling period based on our requirement, and then as I said, you can also ignore some of the exceptions while polling this element. Question 9. Mention the types of navigation commands available in Selenium. So WebDriver provides a basic browser navigation commands that allows the browser to move forward, backward, refresh, and using the browser history. And this is done using some of the driver.navigate methods. Right? So these are some of the commonly used navigation methods. First one is navigate to. So this method loads a new web page in the existing browser window, and it accepts string as a parameter and returns nothing. So it's a void. So the URL you mentioned here needs to be a fully formed URL. Driver.navigate.refresh. So this method refreshes or reloads the current web page in the existing browser window. It neither accepts anything, so there is no value passed, or it returns nothing. Forward. So this method enables the web browser to click on the forward button in the existing browser window. Again, this has no arguments to be passed, or it returns nothing. Driver.navigate.back. So this method enables the web browser to click on the back button in the existing browser window. Again, this returns nothing, nor it meets any argument. Question 10. What is the major difference between driver.close and driver.quit? So this is again a very important question and pretty confusing also sometimes. So Selenium WebDriver provides two methods for closing the browser window. One is browser.close and the other one is the browser.quit. So you might think to use them interchangeably, and that's what everybody thinks, that both anyway does the same function, so it can be used. However, it is not so. Both are two different methods. Now driver.close command is used to close the current browser window which is having the focus. And in case if there is a only single browser window open, then calling this driver.close actually quits the complete browser session. Now it is used when you're working with say multiple browser tabs or windows and you want to just close one of them which is in focus in the test, right? Whereas the driver.quit is used to quit the complete browser session along with all its associated windows, tabs, pop-ups and everything. So when do you use browser.quit? It is best to use driver.quit when you no longer want to interact with the driver object along with all its associated windows, tabs and pop-ups. Generally, it is one of the last statements of your automation scripts. So in case you are like working with Selenium with TestNG or JUnit, we usually call this driver.quit in the after suite, that is at after suite method of our test suite. Thus, by doing that, we close the complete browser session at the end of the test suite execution. Now, let's look at some intermediate level questions. Question 11. How to type in an input box using Selenium? So Selenium provides a method or a command, you can say, to insert value into any of the input box. And this command is called as a sendKeys command. So sendKeys is a method available in a web element. Now this is how you use the sendKeys. So here is an example. So first you need to find the element using any of the 8 locating techniques. And once you find the element, in this case which is an email field, you need to call a method called sendKeys. SendKeys takes an argument which is of type string. So you can pass the value which you want to pass to the web element. So in this case, you will be passing a Gmail ID or any ID which will be your email ID here. And then similarly, you do it for your password field. So first you find the element password and then you send the password using sendKeys. There's a very simple method to use. Question 12. How to click on a hyperlink in Selenium? So whenever you're testing an e-commerce application, you are going to find a lot of hyperlinks on your web pages, which you will obviously need to test. Now Selenium provides two locating techniques using which you can identify these hyperlinks. And using these is what you need to operate on the hyperlinks on your web pages. So one is using link text and other one is using partial link text. So using link text, you give a complete text in the link text. That is, if you look at any e-commerce, right? Let's say Amazon.in. Let's go to that website and see what it means. So in the Amazon.in, if you look at some of these hyperlink text called today's deals or Amazon Pay or sell or customer service, if you inspect this element, you will see that this is associated with a link text which is called as today's deal, along with its href and of course an anchor tag. So one way of identifying this link is to use this complete text which is today's deal. Also, there is another way by using partial link text. For say example, you have a link text which is pretty long and you do not want to use this complete text. Instead, you can use the locating technique called partial link text and give a partial text from that. In this example, instead of giving the complete customer service here, you can just say use a customer, or you can just use service as your text. Only thing what will be required here is this has to be unique on this page. There shouldn't be two elements which would have this text which you are going to use. So let's quickly see this in action. How do we use this link text and partial link text? Now we will be using the same example of Amazon.in. So my use cases, first I will click on this today's deal, and after a sleep of 2 or 3 seconds, I will also click on customer service. And I'm going to achieve this one by using link text. So if you see in this program, so I have this method written which is going to click on today's deal, and this is using a locating technique link text. And then I also have another method here. By using partial link text, I'm going to be clicking on the customer service link, right? So let's see how this works. So I'll just go ahead and execute this. So this launches the Amazon.in. And the first thing what we are doing is it is going to click on today's deal. All right, that is done. And then it will click on the customer service link, right? So this is how you can achieve clicking on the hyperlinks in your web applications. Question 13. How to scroll down a page using JavaScript? This is a very important question, and usually this gets asked quite often in the interview. You should know that you can run JavaScripts through Selenium, and Selenium provides a way to do this. Selenium provides an interface called JavaScript Executor, and this helps in executing any kind of JavaScripts through the Selenium WebDriver. So this JavaScript executor, it has basically two methods. One is execute script and the other one is execute async script to run the JavaScript on the selected window or on your current page. But why do you need this, right? So if you're answering this question, you should also have a background that why at all this is required. Because sometimes you need to perform certain functions which cannot be done using the locators, what has been provided. Like say scrolling down the web page itself. Also, sometimes you will see that you are unable to even identify some web elements using all the locating techniques which is made available by Selenium. So in such situations, what you can do is you can directly write a JavaScript and execute it using this JavaScript executor. And if you look at it, the syntax is something like this. So it says JavaScript executor, JS is equal to JavaScript executor and driver. Now, if you look at this, JavaScript executor is an interface. That means you cannot create an object of it, and hence you typecast it to your driver object. Now, how do you do this? Now, first thing what you do is you launch your web application on whatever web application is under test, and then on that current window, you call this particular execute script method using the JavaScript executor. And then you can perform any functions here. In this example, we are seeing a function which is scrolling down vertically. So this function takes an attributes or arguments like x coordinate and the y coordinate. Now in this example, our x coordinate is 0 and y coordinate is 1000. That means when this command gets executed, the page is going to get scrolled down vertically by 1000 pixels. So why don't we just see this in action? So let's go to another program here called the scrolling tester Java. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm going to be logging into Amazon.in, and then I will show you how to scroll down by 600 pixels. So it's a very, very simple code to write. You launch your application, then you create your object of JavaScript executor, right? Actually you typecast it to the driver, and then you just use an execute script command or a method. This you see is your actual script which gets executed, which says windows.scroll by 0,600, which is x coordinate and y coordinate. Let's go ahead and execute this. So an amazon.in is launched and you should see the screen scroll down. Yes, there we go. So it just scroll down by few pixels, and that is 600 pixels what we mentioned. See, I could scroll back again. And that is how you can achieve scrolling functions. And when do you usually use this? Say if you have a very long web page and you want to go and identify or do some operations on the web element which is probably available to you towards the end of the page. And that is when you can use some of the scrolling functions. Question 14. How to assert the title of a web page. Selenium WebDriver provides WebDriver methods, and one such method is called getTitle. So what getTitle does is it fetches the title of the current page. How to use this command? getTitle returns a string which is nothing but your title of your page. That means you need a string variable in which you can store this value. So what you do is you define a string variable like it is defined in this example to store your title. And then you execute this command driver.getTitle, which is going to fetch the title, and that value gets stored in your actual title. Once you get the title, you can do any operations with that. In this case, what we are doing is we are trying to verify the title. There are two ways which you can verify that. One is using an if-else statement where you compare your actual title with the expected title, or alternatively, you can also use assert statements here. Right? So Selenium provides us assert statement. So using assert, you can validate whether your title of the web page is as expected. Question 15. How to mouse hover over an element. In automation, many times it is required to perform some action on the element which gets visible only on the mouse hovering on those elements. Now in Selenium, action is a class which we can use to achieve this functionality. So action class is defined in a package called as selenium.interactions. This has a set of APIs to emulate complex user gestures. It helps in building the patterns of action and then perform that action on a web element. Now this action class provides a rich set of APIs, like so for mouse events and even the keyboard events. So say for to perform any kind of mouse event, it provides a method called moveToElement. Now in this example, what you do is you initiate an object of mouse class and then use this moveToElement method. And what it does is the element is scrolled into the view first, even before the move operations happen. So you could have multiple actions, like here in this example, we are just using moveToElement, but also you can, if you want to do a drag and drop operation, you can still have that. So in such case where you have multiple actions like a drag and drop, then you use a method called build along with this. So you say actions.moveToElement dot build and then dot perform. So dot build method is called before the perform method, and what it does is it generates the composite actions which has all those multiple actions which you want to perform on a web element. Then after the building action is done, you call a perform method which actually performs that action on your web element. And this is how the moveToElement method of the action class is used. Why don't we just see that in action? Let's go to our Eclipse here, and I have a mouse hover test written here. So let's say we go to amazon.website. So in the Amazon, if you go to the shop by category, you see that? So the moment I mouse hover it, it is going to give me this drop down list. So for me to select any element from this, my first action on this web page should be to go and just hover my mouse over this web element called shop by category. And that's exactly I'm going to achieve through my automation. Now here in my methods here, what I have written, I have said, okay, first launch your website, which is amazon.in. And then I'm finding that element which is shop by category using an XPath. So you could use any available locating technique to find the element first. And then I instantiate an object of actions, and then simply I'm doing is I'm using the method moveToElement, and then I'm just going to say perform. That means my mouse would actually get moved or hovered onto that particular element. Okay, so let's see this in action. So I'll just execute this test case. Okay, so amazon.in is launched, and now we should see, yeah, the mouse actually moved to shop by category, and because of that we got this drop down list. So, and this is how you can achieve your mouse hover functionality. Question 16. How to retrieve the CSS properties of an element. Now CSS is nothing but cascading style sheets. It's a style sheet language used for describing the presentation of a document written in your markup language. It basically describes your HTML elements as how they need to be displayed on the screen. It's basically the look and feel, like your font size, the width, height, color, and so on. So it provides a special and easy way to specify various properties of the element. Now, why do we need this? We need to use a special method called getCSSValue to retrieve such CSS properties of web element. Why? Because we already have a method called getAttribute, which can retrieve the value of the attributes, right? However, the getAttribute method can only retrieve those properties where the attribute and its value are mentioned in your DOM. And hence, all this font size, color cannot be retrieved through the getAttribute method. And that is why we use the getCSSValue. So basically it works like your get method, and you need to provide the attribute which you want to fetch using the getCSSValue. So in this example, what we are trying to do is we have a web element called the email ID, and of that we are trying to fetch the font size. So let's again check this in action. So if I go to my web page here, let's close this. So if I go to my Facebook, and if I inspect this particular element, which is the email ID, and on the right, if you see, there are multiple other attributes of that element you see, right? So you see the background color, you see the color here, then you see something called as font size. And say, for example, we want to retrieve the font size of this particular web element. And you will also see on the left, where you're seeing the DOM here, you do not see that font size anywhere as an attribute and its value here. And that is why I cannot use the getAttribute method to retrieve it. Now, instead of that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the getCSSValue and use this font size for that. So let's go to my Eclipse. I have a method written here where I log into the Facebook, and then I'm going to first find that element which is by ID, and I'm going to retrieve the CSS value, and I'm just simply printing it on the console. So if I execute this, so it's going to launch the Facebook. And since I'm not going to do anything on the Facebook web page as such, let's go to my console here, because this is where I'm expecting the output. So here it has given me an output in the console saying 12px, which is nothing but your actual font size, what you see here in your HTML page, right? And this is how you can extract your CSS properties of any web element on your web page. Question 17. What is Page Object Model, popularly known as POM? Page Object Model is a design pattern that helps create object repositories for web elements. So writing Selenium test cases without, say, using any patterns may lead to code duplicacy, and also the code becomes unmaintainable after some time. And say if you have web element locators which changes over time, then you will have to go through the entire code base to make all the required changes. So under this model, for each web page in the application, there should be a corresponding page class. And this page class will have all the web elements of the web page, and also it contains the page methods which perform operations on the web elements. And the verification steps required in your test cases are the separate test cases itself. They are not combined in the same class. Now, the tests that use the methods of this page object class whenever they need to interact with the UI of that page. The benefit here is if the page UI changes, then the test need not be changed. Only the code within this page object class needs to be changed. That is, you go and just change the web elements or the locators of the web elements only in one place, which is your page class, and not in any of your test classes or not test classes. So how does this POM help? So it makes the code more readable, maintainable, and reusable. So there are two ways you can implement a POM or a page object model. One is done using the page factory, which is offered by Selenium, and then you can also achieve a page object model without using the page factory, right? Using directly the objects and the classes. Question 18. Can CAPTCHA be automated? This is again a very favorite question of the interviewer. CAPTCHA is a security feature that prevents bots and automated programs from accessing sensitive information. Yes, and CAPTCHA cannot be automated. You will see that there are many applications today who have CAPTCHA. Why? Because it's a security feature. It is a concept to differentiate between human and computers. The idea of CAPTCHA itself is to prevent any automated process or a robotic process to do any kind of actions. And say if you're going to automate it, then the entire idea of having the CAPTCHA is lost. So you should never attempt to automate it. But then how can you handle this then? One, either you can ask your developers to disable it in the test environment so that you can test the whole application without having to hit on this CAPTCHA. Other way of doing this is you can use static data for your captcha so that you can hard code that value in your test for the time being. And then since your application has captcha as one of its functionality, if you really need to test that, you can just test that separately as a manual testing itself, but not automate it. Question 19. How does Selenium handle Windows-based pop-up? Selenium is an automation tool for automating web applications. It cannot handle Windows-based application. However, we can use tools like AutoIt and Robot class along with Selenium to handle such pop-ups. So what are these tools? Robot class is a Java class which along with Selenium can simulate your keyboard and mouse events. It also helps in upload and download of files and also to manage the pop-ups. So wherever you have a requirement of doing a file upload operation, in which if your native dialog box opens up, then one of the way to handle it is using robot class. Other tool which is available for us is the AutoIt tool. It is a freeware, and what it does is it uses a combination of your mouse movement, keystrokes and window control manipulation to automate any such task which is not possible by Selenium WebDriver. And again, this AutoIt tool can be integrated with Selenium, and thus you can achieve the automation of native window-based pop-ups. Question 20. How to take screenshots in WebDriver? Take screenshot interface can be used to take screenshots in WebDriver. So Selenium provides us this interface for managing our screenshot operations. Now screenshots are desirable for bug analysis. So Selenium can automatically take these screenshots during your execution. You know that it is very important to take screenshots when we execute the test scripts. Say if we have a huge number of test scripts running and if some of the test case fail, we need to check why these test case failed. So using the screenshot functionality, it helps us debug and identify the problem by looking at those screenshots. So WebDriver has this built-in functionality to take the screenshot across the page, and it's pretty easy to use. Take screenshot interface is used to capture the screenshot during the execution. Now this interface has a method called getScreenshotAs, which captures a screenshot and it also stores in a location specified by us. So let's take an example of our Facebook page and say we fail a particular test case on the Facebook application, and then let's see how we take a screenshot at that particular moment when the test case fails. So let's go to the Facebook page first and let's understand the use case. So in this Facebook page, say if I am signing up on this page, I need to enter all this field. Now as a part of demo, what I will do is I'll just enter the first name and the surname and I will click on the sign up button. With this test case, it should basically not sign me up, rather it should give me some error saying that you need to enter all the fields. And at that minute, we are going to take a screenshot. Okay, so that's our use case. So let's see how do we achieve that. So if I go to my Eclipse and let's say we go to my screenshot test.java, I have a method written here. So, and these are the operations which I just described, which I'm doing it here. So I'm going to just send keys, my first name to the first name field, second name into the third name field, and then I'm just going to click on the sign up button. Now there are few things required for us to do before we use the take screenshot interface along with its method, which is the getScreenshotAs. So I said that this method stores the screenshot taken in a file. So that means I need to provide it a file name and also a location where it needs to be placed. So in our demo here in this test class, what I have done is I've created a folder called screenshot in the same project directory. And then I am giving it a file name called fblogin.png. So that means after the screenshot is taken, it is saved in a file called fblogin.png and then it is stored in the location screenshot folder. And these are the simple file operations of Java which I use to achieve this. So let's execute this and see how this happens. So right now I have the screenshot folder and it's an empty folder. So after the execution, I'm expecting that this particular file would get created. So let's see that in action. So I'll go ahead and execute this Java program. Okay, so we have launched the facebook.com. And then I entered the my first name, second name, and it has also clicked on sign up, after which it has given all this red marks here. And now this is what I'm expecting in the screenshot. So let's go back to our Eclipse. I will refresh this folder. So I'll say right click and refresh. Okay, I have this file created. So let's open this file and see, right? So do you see this? this whole image has been captured. So now as a tester, if at all this test case fails for me, I can always open this PNG file and see what actually happened, and I can debug my test case. So this is how you use screenshot functionality in Selenium. Level questions. Question 21. Can you type in a text box without using send keys? So you need an alternative way to use instead of using the send keys function. And one such alternative is using JavaScript executor. So Selenium provides an interface called JavaScript executor, and this helps in executing any JavaScripts through your Selenium WebDriver. So you can do any kind of function using this JavaScript, and one of the functions which we can do is the send keys kind of a function. Now how to replicate a send keys function using JavaScript? So let's see an example here. Now since this JavaScript executor is an interface, you cannot create an object of this interface. So what you do, you typecast it to your driver object the way it is done here in this example. And then you use document.getElementId to get the actual element on which you're going to perform the operations of sending the keys. Now what is this document? So it is an object, right? So this document, it's an object that represents your HTML document which is displayed in that window. And this document object has various properties that refer to other object which allows you the access to modify any of your document content. So the argument which you're passing to the Java execute script is nothing but your JavaScript. Now this JavaScript uses the document object to identify your element and then send the value which you need to send to that element. So let's see this in action as how it works. So let me show you a small program here. Alright, so I have a method here wherein I'm trying to identify the email field of your Facebook page. So if this is your Facebook application, this is my email field. And instead of using send keys here, I'm going to pass an email value to this. And how am I doing that? Using a JavaScript executor, right? So if I execute this particular Java program, it is exactly going to do the same function what I would do otherwise using the send keys. So let's execute this and see if I can see my user's ID email in the Facebook application. So the Facebook application is launched and there we go. So this is the value which I have sent using my JavaScript. Okay, so this is how you can use a JavaScript executor to replicate a send keys method. Question 22. How to select a value from your drop-down list in the Selenium WebDriver? So select class is a Selenium WebDriver. It is used for selecting and deselecting options in your drop-down list. The objects of select type can be initialized by passing the drop-down web element as a parameter to its constructor. Like in this example, I'm saying select drop-down equal to new select of test drop. So test drop is nothing but the web element which I have identified using any locating techniques. After you create the select object, then you have three different methods available for actually selecting your methods. And what are these methods? One is select by index. Now the index starts with 0 in the list. So you can select any element from your list using the index ID. And then the second one is select by values. So this is used to select an option based on its value attribute. Select by visible text. So this is an option wherein you can select a particular list item or an option based on the text displayed in the option. So that means whatever text you can see on your drop-down list is what you will use it to identify that particular element. So let's see the demo for this. So I have again a same Facebook application which I've considered here for demo. So if you go to our Facebook application first, you know that there is a drop-down menu here. Now this drop-down is for selecting your birth date. This has a day values which you can select, the month values, right, and the year. Now what I have done in my code is, first thing is I've identified all these drop down boxes using I'm using mostly the ID locating technique here, so you can use any of your choice. So once I identify the element, I created the select object class for each of this and I pass that web element to the constructor of the select class. So now my select element or the object is ready to use. So my next step, what I need to do is I need to go and select the actual dates. Now in this use case, what I want is I want to select a date which is 10th June 2005. That means on my select drop-down of the day, I should be able to select the day 10. Now this I'm achieving by using select by value. And then I'm selecting the month based on the index, which is the index in this case is 6. which will select the June for me. And then the third one, I'm trying to select it by visible text, wherein I'm selecting the year 2005. So when I execute this program, let's see how the date selection happens. Okay, there we go. So it selected the 10, the day 10, the June month and the 2005. So this is how you use select objects in Selenium. Question 23. What does the switch to command do? So switch to command is used to switch between windows, frames or even the alert pop-ups within your application, right? So there are multiple things which you can do with switch to. Now, sometimes in your web application, say when you click on a button, it opens up a completely new browser window, or you'll also see it opens up another tab in your browser. Say for example, let's look at one of this application which I have. Let me go to my browser and say I launch hdfcbank.com. All right, so this is my application, say, which you want to test. Now when you launch this, first thing is I see this advertisement pop-up which comes up, which is right now an unwanted pop-up. So right now I'll just close this, and now if I want to enter this HDFC Bank application, first I need to do a login. So if I click on this login button, see there is a new window which opens up, and I need to go and operate into this window. So for any further operations I want to do it on this web page, I need to switch to this window and then say I want to click on continue to net banking and then continue with my use case. So now in this application there are two windows open. One is your base window from where we actually logged in, and after I clicked on the login there is a new window opened up, right? So this is where your switch to command will help us to switching to this particular window to do any of the operations on this web elements present on this window. Okay, now let's see how do we actually do this. So in order to do this, first you need to get the handle of the window by using a command called driver.getWindowHandle. All right, so now when you use driver.getWindowHandle, what you get is a unique alphanumeric value which is an identifier for that window. And once you get this, you use a command called driver.switchTo.window and you pass that handle which you have fetched previously. And this command will actually switch to the current window which is in your focus. Now you will also come across a case where there are multiple windows open. Right now the example what we saw, we just had a single window. But say if you, whenever you launch an application, say there are multiple windows which are open. So in such case you can use something called as get windows handles. Right now get windows handles, what it does, it picks up all the active windows at that point of a time, and using a for loop you can read into every handle and then you do your operations specific to your window handles. Also, there is another way wherein you can switch back to your parent window. So if ever you want to switch back to your parent window, you have to use the same command driver.switchTo, and the handle what you need to provide here is your parent handle. Alright, so this is about windows. Then I also said switch to can be used for your frames. So what are frames? Frames are usually used to divide your web application or your web page or on the same domain into various different windows or sections, right? So for us to operate on elements which are in different frames, we need to first switch to a particular frame and then use the web elements on that. So the same command we'll be using. Now instead of window here, I would say driver.switchTo.frame. Similarly, even the alert pop-ups can be handled using the same command. So in the case of alert, what you need to do is you have to say driver.switchTo.alert. Question 20. How to upload a file in Selenium WebDriver, right? A very important concept in Selenium WebDriver. We know that Selenium WebDriver is designed for automating web application, right? And file upload is a very common scenario which we get with every web application which we are working with. Now there are two ways to do a file upload operation. One is using the send keys, which is the simplest method, and the other way is using robot class. Now there are certain prereqs required for you to work with the send keys option. Now if you are using the send keys option, what you basically need to do is you need to type in the complete path of the file along with the file name, right? In the file select input field. Now this element where you're going to enter your file name should have certain attributes. One of the attributes is it should have the tag as input, right? And also it should have an attribute called type which should have a value of file. Only then it is possible for you to enter a file name and upload the file. Okay, that is by using the send keys method. Then the other way is using robot. Now when is that we need to use robot? Whenever you have an application and in your application, usually for your file upload, you have a button which says upload a file, and when you click on that, it opens a new window. And this window is your Windows Explorer window or a Finder window, depending on what operating system you're working. And these are the native windows. And we know that Selenium WebDriver directly cannot handle the native applications. So in such case, the robot class helps us in managing these native windows. So what happens in the robot classes? It helps you manage your file upload dialog box by simulating all the actions required for selecting a particular file from your dialog box, and then you go and upload them. Alright, so this is the example of using the send keys. Question 25. How to set browser window size in WebDriver? So you can either maximize the window or set it to a certain value. Now to do this, you use a simple functions provided by driver.manage. One of the functions using driver.manage is driver.manage.window.maximize. Now this command maximizes the current window. And say you want to set a particular window size rather than maximizing it. And then for that you have a command called driver.manage.window.setSize. Now this set size takes an argument of the type dimension class. So this is basically when you create a dimension class, you are passing the size of the window which you want to create here, right? So we use the dimension class, define the new dimensions of the window, and then pass the object of this dimensions to the set size method. This is one way of doing it. We also saw that using JavaScript executor, we can do any kind of functionality. So if you want to minimize or maximize or set a different size to your browser windows, this can also be done using a JavaScript. Okay, let's see a quick demo on how do we use this driver.manage.setSize or the maximize command. So let's go to my Eclipse here. So I have this method written here. So I have two methods. One method where I'm saying I'm going to maximize the window. This particular command is where I'm saying driver.manage.window.maximize, and I'm launching a Facebook application. So first let's run this particular method and see how our browser window behaves. So I'll just say execute this. So now you will see the whole window, your browser window, is in maximized mode. So now from here, I'm going to execute the other set of lines here, using which I'm going to set a certain size. Now I'll just comment out these two lines, and then these are the two commands which I'm going to use, right? So here what I've done is I've defined an object of the class dimension, and I've used 600, which is the size of the window which I want it to be. And then using the set size, I'm passing this dimension object to the set size method. Now let's see how do we look at this browser window now. Did you see that? So it was at a certain size and it just shrunk. It shrunk because I have used a smaller size window. Question 26. When do we use find element and find elements? Now find element, you can use this command to access any single element on your web page. And what does it return? It returns an object of the first matching element of the specified locator. And this is the most common command what we use for working with every web element on the web page. What is find elements? Find elements is used to return a list of web elements, right? So each element which it identifies is indexed with the number starting from 0. It's just like an array. I'll show you an example of that so that you can understand it better. So let's go to my Eclipse here, right? So if you look at this locators.java, I have different elements which I have identified using different locating techniques, right? So for that I use a simple command called find element. Now say I have a use case, right, wherein I want to fetch all the web elements who have a class name starting with the text input. Let's see what that is. So if I go to my Facebook application, if I try to inspect this, say, first name, right? So I'll say inspect element. Now here if you see, this particular web element has a class name starting with text called as input text. Likewise, there are many elements here, like even the surname, if you look at it, it has a class name starting with input text. Okay. So if I have a use case like that, where I want all the web elements on the Facebook page who have the class name starting with the text input. If I have to do that, that is when I say I'm going to use the driver.findElements. So I say driver.findElements, I give an XPath which is going to pick up all those elements which has the class name starting with input. This is my XPath expression. Once I get all the elements, what am I doing? I am going to store it in a list array. Once I have all these elements created, it's in an array, I'm just going to traverse through the array using an enhanced for loop. So in this program, in this test case, I'm just picking each and every element and printing the attribute ID of each element. So if I execute this now, we should see all the elements on the Facebook page which has the class name starting with input, and we should see all the IDs of that. So this is what we are getting. So you are around getting 9 to 10 elements it has picked up, and all of them have the class name starting with input, and these are their different IDs. Question 27. What is pause on exception in Selenium IDE? So pause on exception is a new feature of Selenium IDE. It is one of the brilliant debugger function which this new Selenium IDE provides us. What it does is it enables us, or when this particular option is enabled, the execution of your tests pauses if at all there is any exception which occurs in your test scripts. And because of this, what you can do is you can go and handle that error by, say, changing your command in the script and then continue your test execution. So this helps in debugging your code pretty well. So whenever there is an exception, say for example, an web element which you're trying to identify has a wrong identifier or it changes on your web page, then you can correct that command which caused the exception and then resume the test execution from that point onwards. So let's look at a simple use case and see how exactly this works. So for example, let's go to my browser here. Okay, so I have a simple use case here where I want to log in into Facebook using my email ID and password. And what I have done is I have created a script or recorded a script using my Selenium ID. So these are all the steps which it has, wherein it logs into the Facebook account, then it clicks on the email field, enters the email, this is my value which I'm passing, clicks on the password field, enters the password, and then clicks on the login button. Now this is a clean test script and all my web elements are correct here. So whenever I'm running this test script is going to pass. Now say as an example, say this particular element, which is my password element, say this ID changes. So now deliberately what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give a wrong ID here. So if I give a wrong ID and if I execute this test script now, it is going to throw an exception at this point. So let's do that. So it's going to throw an exception, but now since I want to use that pause on exception feature, what I do is it's available here. It says pause on exception. By default, it is switched off. So when you select this, that means this has been switched on. And now if I execute the script, this is going to come into a debug mode at this point where my exception is going to be thrown. So let's see that. So now I have changed this ID to a wrong ID. So I'll just say go and run this current test. So let's see how it operates. So let me just bring this side by side so you can see here. So it has entered the email, and if you look here in the console, it is saying trying to find the ID for which I've given PA and 4S, which is a wrong ID. So it will look for some time whether it can find an element with this particular ID. So let's wait for it to throw the exception. There we go. So now it tried enough and actually that step has failed and there is an exception saying that that particular web element is not found. However, my test case or the test script did not exit. It has come and paused and it has entered into a debug mode here. Paused and debug. Now as a tester or an automation script writer, what I can do here is I can simply go and correct this. Now I know this is my correct ID. Once I correct this, I can execute the rest of the script right from this point. So now I have this option here. If you go here, it says resume test execution. So I'm just going to click on that. So it is going to go ahead and enter everything here. If you see here, I entered email password, and in this test script, what I'm doing is I'm entering my first name and my surname instead of clicking on the login button. So it went ahead, and if you look here, it says FB test completed successfully. This is how the pause and exception feature helps us. Question 28. How to log in into any website if it is showing an authentication pop-up for username and password, which will be something like this. So this is a typical authentication pop-up which you normally see when you're dealing with some web application, right? And to handle them, we use something called as an alert class, and alert class comes with a method called authenticate using. Basically, by using this method, what we are trying to do is it helps us skip the basic HTTP authentication box. So how do we handle it? It is handled exactly the way we handle any kind of alert box in Selenium. Now in this example, first what we need to do is we need to create a wait object using an explicit wait. Now this wait is for what? It is for the alert to pop up. So we basically wait until that authentication alert pops up and set the conditions in this explicit wait for as alert is present. So that means you're going to wait until your authentication pop-up is seen on your screen. And then once you have that authentication pop-up which is on your screen, that is when you need to go and handle it. Now to handle it, for your alert class, you're going to call a method, as I said, using authenticate using, and to this you pass a parameter. Now this parameter has to be your username and password. However, the way the parameters are passed here is using a class object called user and password. Now this user and password class, it is a part of Selenium security package. Alright, and this is implemented from an interface called credentials. So you create this object of class user and password using the authentication information which you have, and then pass this as parameter to your method called authenticate using. And this way you can handle your authentication pop-up. Question 29. What is the difference between single and double slash in XPath? A very important question, and it's a very important thing for each of you to understand. Single slash is used to create an XPath with absolute path. That is, the XPath would be created right from the starting node, and the starting node is /HTML. And the double slash is created, or it's a XPath with relative path. Now relative path, this XPath would be created using any starting location or anywhere within the document. For example, I could start with a div tag, wherein if I mention double slash and div, so this is going to be treated as a relative path, and whatever conditions I'm going to give, it is going to try and match those attributes with this tag. Right? This is called as a relative path. So why don't we just go and take a look at how do we identify an element using a relative as well as an absolute path. So if I go back to the same application of the Facebook, this is my Facebook application. Now I have this crow path installed, which helps me in identifying XPaths of an element. Now say I want to try and see what is the XPath of my element first name. So in the inspector tool, I can see that it has a tag input and it has a long class name and it has multiple attributes which I can use to identify this element. So if I go to my crow path and again try to match this element, so if I just hover my mouse here, now here you can see this crow path gives me both the path. One is the relative XPath and one is the absolute XPath. Now look at the big difference between these two. Now relative path was as simple as using a / input, which is the tag, and an attribute called ID. We are able to identify this particular element. Same thing if you want to use an absolute path, and if you see here, it will start right from the /HTML, which is your starting node of your HTML page. And then it travels down looking into each of the parent and child under this until it found this element input. Right? So this is absolute path. So you can use either of these paths to identify your elements. Question 30. How do you find broken links in Selenium WebDriver? Now, HTTP is designed for what? To enable communications between your clients and servers. And if you know, there are few commands like get, put, post. Now, get is used to request data from a specified resource. Put command is used to send data over your server. And post is used to send data to the server, right? Now, while using these links and trying to figure out if the link is valid or not, what you can do is you can use something called as head requests. Now, what are head requests? Head requests are nothing but they are something like a get request, but they do not have a response body. And usually this is used for checking that what a get request can return before actually making a get request. Like say, before downloading a large file, you would send a head request before sending the complete get, just to know whether the link which is provided for downloading a large file is a genuine link or not. And then looking at the response code is what you decide that. So how do we do this programmatically? Now Selenium provides something called as HTTP URL connection class, which has some methods to send HTTP request and to capture the HTTP response codes like the ones which you see it on the screen. So if we have to see how do we do that, now first thing, the logic behind how do we get this broken links is you get all the URLs on your website first. After getting all the URLs, now how do you get the URLs? By using the tag A, like it is done here. So once you get the complete list of all URLs, you also check for a non-null or a blank ones. That is one kind of a check which you can put. After that, you create an HTTP connection object with each of the URL. And you open the connection of the URL and you send the request. Now this request, whatever you're going to send, you are going to send the header request to just to get the head and not the complete get request. Now, only thing what you're interested in getting a response code. So once you get the response code, what you have to do is you have to check the response code against all your response code. Now, typically, when you're checking for your response code, any response code above 400 is treated as a client error. Rest all the links below 400 are all the valid links. So here, if you see 404, you have a response called as link not found. 400 is a bad request. 401 is unauthorized. So you can do a simple check there where it says if your response code is above 500, then that particular link has an error, and that is probably going to be an invalid link. So let's see that in action as how exactly the code is going to look and how do we achieve that. Now I have a test case written here called brokenlinks.java. Now here what I'm doing is I'm logging into facebook.com and then I'm fetching all the elements with the tag A. Now when I say I'm fetching all the elements with the tag A, that means I'm going to get all the href element from the page. And once I get that, using a for loop, I'm going to inspect each and every URL what I'm going to fetch. As I said, my first check would be to see if it is a null or is it an empty. If I find an empty or a null value in the URL, I'm just going to ignore that and continue the loop. And this is where I actually do the connection with my URL. So I create an HTTP URL connection with the URL, which I have picked it up from my website. Then I do this, I send a request here, the head request, to get a response code. So once I get this response code is what I put a if-else statement and check if my response code is greater than or equal to 400. So if I find that if my response code is more than 400, that means this particular URL link is broken, and that is how I identify. So once you identify a particular URL which is broken, you can make use of that information, share it with your developers and get it fixed. So let's go ahead and execute this. So in this test case, basically what I'm going to do is I'm just printing out all the URLs and I'm printing the ones which are valid and ones which are broken. Since it's a facebook.com website, I do not have any broken URL, but this is just a logic of how do we find a broken URL. So if you look here, there are a lot of websites which is getting listed which says is a valid link. So that means it is getting a response code which is more than 500. So this is what we saw in the demo as how do I iterate after I select all the links on the page, and then how do I determine whether it's a valid link or it's a broken link.
Docker is a popular DevOps tool used to automate the deployment of applications in lightweight containers so that applications can work efficiently in different environments. Docker was initially released in 2013 and since then has become the go-to solution for containerization. In this video, we have compiled the most important Docker interview questions that you might face in a Docker or DevOps interview. So without further ado, let's get started.
So let's go through, and you're going to be asked to explain what the architecture of Docker is. And Docker really is the most popular containerization environment. So Docker uses a client-server architecture. The Docker client is a service which runs in a command line. And then the Docker daemon, which is run as a REST API within the command line, will accept the requests and interacts with the operating system in order to build the Docker images and run the Docker containers. And then the Docker image is a template of instructions which is used to create containers. The Docker container is an executable package of applications and its dependencies together. And then finally, the Docker registry is a service to host and distribute Docker images among other users. So you'll also be asked to provide what are the advantages of Docker over virtual machine. And this is something that comes up very consistently. In fact, you may want to even extend it as having what are the differences between having a dedicated machine, a virtual machine, and a Docker or Docker-like environment. And really, the arguments for Docker are just absolutely fantastic. First of all, Docker containers occupy significantly less space than a virtual machine or a dedicated machine. The boot up time on Docker is significantly faster than a VM. Containers have a much better performance as they are hosted in a single Docker image. Docker is highly efficient and very easy to scale, particularly when you start working with Kubernetes. Easily portable across multiple platforms, and then finally, for space allocation, Docker data volumes can be shared and reused among multiple containers. The argument against virtual machines is significant, and particularly if you're going into an older environment where a company is still using actual dedicated hardware and haven't moved to a cloud or cloud-like environment, your arguments for Docker are going to be very, very persuasive. Be very clear on what the advantages are for Docker over a virtual machine, because you want to be able to succinctly share them with your team. And this is something that's important when you're going through the interview process, but also equally important, particularly if you're working with a company that's transitioning or going through a digital transformation where they aren't used to working with tools like Docker. You need to be able to effectively share with that team what the benefits are. So how do we share Docker containers with different nodes? And in this instance, what you want to be able to do is leverage the power of Docker Swarm. So Docker Swarm is a tool which allows the IT administrators and developers to create and manage clusters of Swarm nodes within the Docker platform. And there are two elements to the node. There's the manager node, and then there's the worker node. The manager node, as you'd assume, manages the entire infrastructure, and the worker node is actually the work of the agent as it gets executed. So what are the commands to create a Docker Swarm? And so here we have an example of what a manager node would look like. And once you've created a swarm on your manager node, you can now add worker nodes to that swarm. And again, when you're stepping through this process, be very precise in the execution path that needs to be taken to be able to effectively create a swarm. So start with the manager node, and then you create a worker node. And then finally, when a node is initialized as a manager node, it can immediately create a token, and that token is used for the worker nodes and associating the IP address with the worker nodes. Question 17, how to run multiple containers using a single service. It is possible to run multiple containers as a single service by using Docker Compose. And Docker Compose will actually run each of the services in isolation so that they can interact with each other. The language used to write out the compose files that allow you to run the service is called YAML, and YAML stands for yet another markup language. So what is the use of a Docker file? So a Docker file actually is used for creating Docker images using the build command. So let's go through and show on the screen what that would look like. And this would be an opportunity where if you're actually in a technical interview, you could potentially even ask, hey, can I draw on a whiteboard and show you what the architecture for using the build command would look like and what the process would look like? Again, when you're going through an interview process, as someone who interviews a lot of people, one of the things that I really like is when an interview candidate does something that's slightly different. And in this instance, this is a great example of where you can stand up to the whiteboard and actually show what can actually be done through actually creating images on the whiteboard very quickly, little square boxes where you can actually show the flow for creating a build environment. As an architect, this should be something that you are comfortable doing, and by doing it in the interview, and certainly you want to ask permission before you actually do it, but doing this in the interview really helps demonstrate your comfortable feelings of working with these kind of architecture drawings. So back to the question of creating a Docker file. So we go through and we have a Docker file that actually then goes ahead and creates the Docker image, which then in turn creates the Docker container. And then we are able to push that out up to a Docker Hub and then share that Docker Hub with everybody else as part of the Docker registry with the whole network. So what are the differences between Docker image and Docker containers? So let's go through the Docker image. So the Docker images are templates of a Docker container. An image is built using a Docker file, and it stores that Docker file in a Docker repository or a Docker Hub. And you can use Docker Hub as an example. And the image layer is a read-only file system. The Docker container is a collection of the runtime instances of a Docker image, and the containers are created using Docker images, and they are stored in the Docker daemon, and every container is a read-write file system. So you can't replace the information, you can only append to it. So while you can actually use YAML for writing so a question you're going to be asked is, instead of YAML, what can be an alternate file to build Docker Compose? So YAML is the one that is the default, but you can also use JSON. So if you are comfortable working with JSON, and that is something that you should be get comfortable with, is you want to be able to use that to name your files. And as a frame of reference, JSON is a logical way of being able to do value paired matching using a JavaScript-like syntax. So you're going to be asked how to create a Docker container. So let's go through what that would look, and we'll break it down task by task. So the task is going to be create a MySQL Docker container. So to do that, you want to be able to build a Docker image or pull from an existing Docker image from a Docker repository or hub. And then you want to be able to then use Docker to create a new container, which has MySQL from the existing Docker image. Simultaneously, the layer of read-write file system is also created on top of that image. And below at the bottom of the screen, we have what the command lines look for that. So what is the difference between a registry and a repository? So let's go through that. So for the Docker registry and repository, for the registry, we have a Docker registry is an open source server-side service used for hosting and distributing Docker images, whereas in contrast, for repository, it's a collection of multiple versions of a Docker image. In a registry, a user can distinguish between Docker images with their tag names. And then finally, on the registry, Docker also has its own default registry called Docker Hub. For the repository, it is a collection of multiple versions of Docker images. It is stored in a Docker registry, and it has two types, a public and private registry, so you can actually create your own enterprise registry. So you're going to be asked, what are the cloud platforms that support Docker? Really, list them all. We have listed here Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, Rackspace. But you could add in there IBM, Bluemix, you could put in Red Hat. Really, any of the cloud service providers out there today do support Docker. It's just become an industry standard. So what is the purpose of expose and publish commands in Docker? So if we go through, expose is an instruction used in Docker file, whereas publish is used in Docker run command. For expose, it is used to expose ports within a Docker network, whereas with publish, it can be used outside of a Docker environment. For expose, it is a documenting instruction used at the time of building an image and running a container, whereas with publish, it is used to map a host port to a running container port. For expose is the command used in Docker, whereas for publish, we use the command -p for when we're doing our command line used in Docker. And examples of these are expose 8080, or with Docker we would put in, or for publish we would do the example docker run -d-p and then 0.0.0.80 as our command line.
And so with that, we come to the end of this session. I hope this interview questions video helped you. If you have any doubts or queries, let us know in the comment section below. We're going to be back with more videos. Until then, keep learning and stay tuned to Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.